Universitas Mercu Buana keep growing and making achievements. So what are you waiting for? Let's develop your interest, talents, and creativity with Universitas Mercu Buana.
I give her all my love, that's all I do. And if you saw my love, you'd love the sunburned hands I used to hold. Since you went away, the days grow long, and soon I'll hear all the winter song. But I miss you most of all, my darling. When autumn leaves start to fall. The falling leaves drift by the window. The autumn leaves, all frayed and gold. I see your lips, the summer kisses, the sunburned hands I used to hold. Since you went away, the days grow long, and soon I'll hear all winter song. But I miss you most of all, my darling. When autumn leaves start to fall. When autumn leaves.
Good morning, distinguished speakers, honorable guests, respected lecturers, researchers, and participants from Indonesia and around the world. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon us all. A very welcome to Pre-IPRC International Webinar. My name is Saskia Sharamaika, and it is my great pleasure to be your Master of Ceremony for today's event. On behalf of the organizing committee, thank you very much for joining us. We truly appreciate your participation and hope today's webinar will provide valuable knowledge, meaningful discussions, and fruitful networking opportunities for everyone. This event is proudly organized through the collaborations of the Indonesian Educational Psychology Associations, or APPI, the Behavioral Science Researcher Institute, or BSRI, Sri Nakarini Road University SWU, Thailand, the International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM Malaysia, and the Faculty of Psychology Universitas Mercubuana. Before we begin, allow me to present today's agenda. Today's webinar will consist of the following sessions. First, opening. Second, opening prayer. Third, Indonesia Raya National Anthem. Fourth, welcoming remarks. Fifth, group photo session. Sixth, pre-test session. Seventh, introduction of moderator 1. 8. Session 1 Answer 2. 9. Coffee break. 10. Ice breaking session. 11. Introduction of moderator 2. 12. Session 3. 13. Teaser of the International Psychology Research Conference October 2026. 14. Post-event evaluation. 15. Closing. We are delighted to have you with us today. We hope this webinar serve as a meaningful platform for exchanging knowledge, inspiring new perspectives, and fostering engaging discussions in preparation for the International Psychology Research Conference. Once again, thank you for joining us, and without further ado, let's begin today's webinar. To seek blessing for today's event, let us begin with a morning prayer. For Muslim participants, we kindly invite you to recite Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. For participants of other faiths, please pray according to your own beliefs. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now sing the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. We kindly invite all participants to join us respectfully and keep the microphones muted throughout the anthem. Indonesia Raya, begin. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the welcoming remarks. It is our great honor to invite Dana Riksabuana, PhD, as the chair of the International Psychological Research Conference to deliver the opening remarks. To our respected Dana Riksabuana, PhD, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Saskia, as a MC for webinars, international webinar today. Good morning and warm greeting to everyone. To Honorable Ibu Dr. Ernastiani, as a Vice Rector of Universitas Mercu Buana, the Dean of the Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Mercu Buana, Ibu Laila Mailiandri Indahwardani, PhD Psikolog, and our distinguished speaker, Ibu Ulansari Ardianingsi, MPhil, MPsy, Psikolog, Bapak Dr. Bagus Riono, MA, Psikolog, Ibu Dr. Setiawati Intan Safitri, SP, MSI. distinguished representative from the Behavioral Science Research Institute of SWU University Thailand, the International Islamic University Malaysia (IIUM), the Indonesian Educational Psychology Association or API, our partner institution, respected colleague, and all webinar participants joining us today. It is great honor for us and pleasure for me as the chair of the International Committee to welcome all of you the first series of our international webinar organized in preparation for our main event of the International Postgraduate Research Colloquium or IPRC 2026, which will be held on October 21st, 2026. Today's webinar marks an important beginning. It is not merely an academic gathering, but also the first step in series of meaningful discussion leading toward the main colloquium. Through this webinar series, we hope to strengthen academic collaboration, encourage the exchange of knowledge and ideas, and build greater enthusiasm among students, researchers, academic, and practitioners to participate in IPRC 2026. For today's webinar, the theme is Human Sustainability in the Digital Era. It's highly relevant to the challenges and opportunities faced by society today. Digital technology has transformed almost every aspect of human life, including education, work, communication, healthcare, relationship, and psychological well-being. These developments have provided many benefits, but they have also introduced new challenges, of course, that require careful and responsible responses. Therefore, our discussion on human sustainability are becoming increasingly important. Technological progress should not only be measured by its speed, efficiency, or sophistication. It should also be evaluated by its contribution to human dignity, psychological well-being, social relationship, inclusion, and quality of life. For me, as academic and professional, we have an important responsibility to ensure that digital transformation remains human-centered. Yeah, we know technology should support individual and community rather than create greater inequality, isolation, or psychological vulnerability. But through research, education, and professional practice, we can contribute to the development of digital environment that are ethical, inclusive, meaningful, and sustainable. This webinar would not have been possible without the excellent cooperation among the Faculty of Psychology, UMB, the Indonesian Educational Psychology Association or API, the Behavioral Science Research Institute Thailand, the International Islamic University Malaysia, and of course the Faculty of Psychology Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta. On behalf of the committee, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all partner institutions for their trust, support, and commitment. This collaboration reflects our shared belief that addressing global challenges requires strong partnership across institutions, discipline, and of course, country. I would like also to thank all committee members who have worked diligently in preparing this event. Your dedication, cooperation, and attention to every detail have made today's webinar possible. To all participants, of course, thank you for joining us. Your presence demonstrates your commitment to learning, collaboration, and the advancement of knowledge. I encourage you to actively participate in the discussion, share your perspective, and make the most of this opportunity to connect with the speaker and fellow participants. Finally, I sincerely hope that this first webinar series will provide valuable insight, inspire future research and collaboration, and serve a strong foundation for our International Postgraduate Research Colloquium on October 21st, 2026. We look forward to welcoming you again in the upcoming webinar series will be held in Thailand, BSRI, and IIUM. And the most important important at our main event of IPRC 2026. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dana Rusabuana, for the warm welcome and inspiring opening remarks. We will now continue with the opening remarks from the Dean of the Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Mercu Buana. It is our pleasure to invite Mrs. Laila Meliandri Indah Wardani, PhD Psikolog, to deliver the opening remarks. To our respected Mrs. Laila Meliandri Indah Wardani, PhD Psikolog, the time is yours.
Okay, good morning everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to our distinguished guests, respected keynote speakers, honorable leaders from our partner university, our colleagues, researchers, students, and participants joining us from Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, Pakistan, Russia, India, Saudi Arabia, and many other countries. On behalf of the Faculty Psychology, Universitas Mercu Buana, it is my great pleasure to warmly welcome to all of you to the Pre-IPRC 2026 International Webinar. Today is more than just another academic webinar. It is the beginning of a shared journey toward the 23rd International Postgraduate Research College 2026, where we will gather this October in Jakarta to exchange ideas, build collaboration, and collectively explore how psychology and interdisciplinary research can contribute to a more sustainable future. At Universitas Mercu Buana, we aspire to become an internationally reputable university that contribute to sustainable societal development. Likewise, the Faculty of Psychology is committed to advancing psychological science through positive psychology, innovation, and meaningful partnership that create lasting benefit for communities. I believe that the themes of today's webinar, human sustainability in the digital age, remind us of something very important. In a world increasingly shaped by artificial intelligence and digital transformation, the greatest challenge is not simply creating smarter technology, but nurturing wiser, healthier, and more compassionate human beings. Today's inspiring session beautifully reflect this vision, such as Saskia reminds us to strengthen our inner character and spiritual well-being. Narrative writing teaches us that every meaningful change begins with understanding our own story. Traditional games remind us that human connection, empathy, and creativity remain timeless foundation of healthy societies, regardless of how advanced technology becomes. This perspective also embody the spirit of our faculty motto, Mekar Askara Andum Sasami, which means to grow, to shine, and to be beneficial for others. We believe that knowledge finds its highest value when it not only advances science but also uplifts humanity. Finally, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to our distinguished speaker, our value partners from BSRI Sri Nakarin Wirot University Thailand, International Islamic University Malaysia, University Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, and Indonesian Association of Educational Psychology, or we call APPI, and everyone who has made this collaboration possible. I warmly invite all of you to continue this journey with us by joining the 23rd International Postgraduate Research Colloquium, or we call IPRC 2026, on 21st October 2026 at Universitas Mercu Buana, Jakarta. We look forward to welcoming you in person to share research, build friendship, and strengthen international collaboration for the benefit of humanity. Together, let us foster harmony between humans, nature, and technology, and create a future where innovation is always guided by wisdom and compassion. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Laila Meliandri, for the warm welcome and inspiring opening remarks. It is now our privilege to invite the Vice Rector of Universitas Mercu Buana, Dr. Erna Setiawani, SAMC, to deliver the opening remarks. To our respected Dr. Erna Setiawani, SAMC, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and welcome to everyone, honorable speakers and distinguished representative of Indonesian Educational Psychology Association, Behavioral Science Research Institute, Sri Nakarin Wirot University, Thailand, Department of Psychology, International Islamic University, Malaysia, our beloved dean, faculty members, committee of Faculty of Psychology Universitas Mercu Buana and Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, and all participants in pre-IPRC 2026. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all to this international webinar as part of International Postgraduate Research Colloquium 2026. As you may know, this webinar theme, Human Sustainability in the Digital Era, at this time is very crucial, where technology moves faster than ever. It connects us, it helps us, but also challenges us. The question we must ask is, how do we keep our humanity sustainable in this digital world? How do we protect our mental well-being, our value, and our quality of life while embracing innovation? That is why this forum, I think, matters so much. Today, we share our ideas and build solutions together with researchers, students, not only from Indonesia, but from Thailand and Malaysia. And also I was told that there are participants from India, Russia, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and Africa. I would like to thank you, all the speakers, all the participants, our valuable partners, and also for the committee for making this webinar happen. Your participation shows that knowledge and collaboration may cross all borders. I hope this webinar will not only give us a new insight, but also it opens doors for future research and partnerships. With that, I am honored to officially open the International Webinar 2026, Human Sustainability in the Digital Era. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Erna Setiani, SAMC, for your inspiring remarks and for officially opening today's webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the scientific session, we would like to invite all participants to join our virtual group photo. Please turn on your cameras if possible and give your brightest smile. The committee will take several screenshots. Okay, we ready? In 3, 2, 1. Thank you, everyone. Now, we kindly ask all participants to complete the pre-test, as it is mandatory for all registered participants. The pre-test link will be shared in the Zoom chat box by our committee. Please complete the pre-test before we begin the first webinar session. Your participation is greatly appreciated, as it is an important part of today's webinar. Once again, the pre-test is mandatory for all participants. Thank you for your cooperation. Before we officially begin today's program, please allow me to share a few important reminders to ensure that our webinar runs smoothly. First, please make sure that your Zoom display name follows this format. I would like to repeat again. First, please make sure that your Zoom display name follows this format. Full name underscore institution. For example, Saskia Sharumeka underscore Universitas Mercu Buana. Second, we kindly ask all participants to use the virtual background that has been provided by the committee. Third, please keep your microphone muted throughout the webinar unless you are invited by the moderator to speak. Fourth, if you have any questions during the presentation, you might type them in the chat box. You may also raise your hand and ask your questions directly during the Q&A session with the moderator's permission. Fifth, attendance will be conducted 3 times throughout the webinar, once during each session. Please make sure to fill out every attendance form, as all 3 attendance submissions are mandatory to be considered present and eligible for the e-certificate. Sixth, for participants from Indonesia, Please upload proof of attendance for at least 3 webinar sessions as a requirement for obtaining SKP credits, and the link will share in the chat box. Lastly, certificates of attendance and SKP will be awarded to registered participants who attend all webinar sessions and complete the required attendance form and pass event survey. The certificates will be sent to each participant's registered Gmail address after the webinar has concluded. Thank you for your attention and cooperation. We hope you enjoyed today's webinar. Throughout today's event, we are honored to present 3 webinar sessions featuring distinguished speakers. Our first presentation is entitled Traditional Play in the Modern World, will be presented by Wulansari Ardianingsih MPhil MC Psikolo. Our second presentation is entitled Tazkiyah as the Foundation of Human Sustainability, will be presented by Dr. Bagus Riono MA Psikolo. Before our final session, we will have a short ice-breaking session, followed by our third session, Narrative Writing as Slow Thinking, which will be presented by Dr. Setiawati Intan Safitri SPMC. We hope you enjoy each sessions and gain valuable insight from all our speakers. To guide us through our webinar session, it is my pleasure to introduce our first moderator. Our first moderator is I'm sorry everyone, I would like to repeat. Our first moderator is Ainul Mardiah, PhD. She earned her bachelor degree in psychology from Medan Area University, her master's degree in counseling psychology from Asia University, Taiwan, and her PhD in psychology from Coventry University, United Kingdom. With over 10 years of experience in teaching, research, and community service, she has also served as a psychologist for international organizations and received several prestigious scholarships throughout her academic journey. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our first moderator. For Ainul Mardiah, PhD, the time is yours.
Thank you, Saskia. Is my voice clear enough? Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, afternoon, and evening, distinguished speaker, respected guests, colleagues, and participants from around the world. On behalf of the IPRC committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to today's International Psychology webinar with the title Traditional Play in the Modern World. Is it still relevant for children development? Thank you for taking the time to join us despite the time differences. Your presence reflects our shared commitment to understanding how psychology can support children's healthy development across diverse cultural contexts. Traditional play is more than a form of entertainment. It is a valuable part of children's social, emotional, cognitive, and physical development, while also preserving cultural heritage and strengthening community connections. As children grow up in the increasingly digital world, understanding the role of traditional play has become more relevant than ever. Before we begin, I would like to share a few housekeeping reminders. First, please keep your microphone mute throughout the presentations. If you have questions for the speaker, kindly submit them through the Q&A features on the chat box. We will address as many questions as time permits during the discussion sessions. We encourage everyone to participate respectfully and engage in constructive dialogue throughout the webinar. Lastly, for the participant who need SKP credits, please remember to screenshot your attendance on Zoom. It is now my honor to introduce our distinguished speaker, who will share her expertise and valuable insight with us today. For the first speakers in this session, I would like to welcome Wulansari Ardianingsih, MPhil Empathy Psychologist. She is an educational psychologist, certified play therapist, and co-founder and CEO of Leader Lab. She earned her Master of Philosophy in Psychology and Education from the University of Cambridge and her master's degree in psychology from Universitas Indonesia. She currently works as an associated psychologist at the Integrated Clinical of University Indonesia and as vice chair of the Indonesian Educational Psychology Association. We hope this session will inspire meaningful discussion and provide ideas and can be applied in research, education, and psychological practice. Without further ado, let us begin our webinar. I hope you enjoy the session and find it both informative and inspiring. Please join me in giving Wulansari Ardianingsih a warm virtual welcome.
Good morning. Right, good morning. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Thank you, Ibu Ainul, for introducing me. Is my voice clear enough?
Yes.
Very.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. Hopefully, we are all in a good condition. Good morning, good afternoon for everyone who is participating in this webinar. And thank you very much, Ibu Ainul, for introducing me. My name is Wulansari Ardianingsih. You can call me Wuri. I'm currently practicing as a psychologist, focusing on the issue of education, and I'm also a certified play and creative art therapist. And now I'm also representing APPI, Asosiasi Psikologi Pendidikan Indonesia, or Indonesia Educational Psychology
Bentar.
Association.
Dua nanti boleh lantai.
And
Dua apa ya?
I can hear a very excited voice. Maybe we can mute first so we can be more focused. Okay, thank you so much. So, as Bu Ainul has introduced my presentation title before, over the next 60 minutes, I will share my perspective on the role of play in children's development. I will try to share my presentation. Wait, hopefully it works. Okay, right. Okay, is it seen in the screen? Apakah sudah muncul, Bu? Sudah ya, Bu?
Sudah.
Okay, right. Right, so this is the title of my presentation. For the next 60 minutes, we are going to discuss about this topic. Hopefully, it won't be that boring for the next 60 minutes, and I will have a little interaction here and there. And I will also invite you to play a little bit in the middle of my presentation, right? So, the title is Traditional Play in the Modern World. Is it still relevant for children development? To answer this question, let us first look at the world in which our children or we are living today. So look at let's see the development of our society. First, from the perspective of the industry or industrial development. As we know that today's society, today's world is characterized by rapid technological advancement. From the industrial perspective, we are now entering the era that is known as Industry 5.0. Unlike Industry 4.0, which focused primarily on digitalization, automation, and connectivity, where the internet just started, the Industry 5.0 emphasized on human-centered innovation. So we use technology to improve our well-being and to create a more sustainable future. And for example, the use of AI. Rather than simply using AI to automate our tasks, hopefully in this era, AI can be used to increase and enhance our quality of life and support our potential. And yeah, so the focus of today's technology is more on human center, so we can create a sustainable, resilient, and inclusive society. And as the industry evolves, our society is also transforming. We started as the Society 1.0 when we fulfill our basic needs, doing hunting and gathering, and then we started to be a settled community, and we evolve into the Society 3.0, 4.0, and now we are entering the Society 5.0. This concept is first introduced by a Japanese scientist to describe a super smart society where technological innovation goes hand in hand with improving people's life. So again, like the Industry 5.0, where we use technology to help us improve our quality of life, Society 5.0 also hopefully characterized as the society that think about a better future using the help of technology. So the goal of the technology is not the technology for its own sake, but technology that serves humanity. So as compared to Industry 4.0, which only about creating greater connectivity through the internet and digitalization, the Society 5.0 shifts the focus towards human well-being, sustainability, and helping people thrive not only today, but also in the future. So that's our society today. Well, today's condition, today's world is also often described by this acronym, VUCA. Maybe some of you have already heard about this. So it's acronym that stands for the V, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. I will just describe this briefly to give us the brief understanding about this. Volatility means that our world changes rapidly and often unpredictably, you know, and it also related to the second concept, uncertainty. Uncertainty means that our future cannot always be predicted. Let's take example of COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic is a very clear example how uncertain our world can be. I would say most people cannot imagine that we would experience 2 years of restriction on our daily lives. So it demonstrated that today's situation can be very uncertain. And next, the C, complexity, refers to the fact that many different systems are interconnected. For example, education is not only influenced by the condition of the school or the family dynamics, but also linked to the economic condition, technological development, public health, and even global political situations. And finally, ambiguity refers to the challenge of making decision when we are surrounded by enormous amounts of information. So with the advancement of technology, information is available almost instantly. However, having more information does not mean that our decision-making process becomes simpler and easier. Instead, it requires us to think even more critically because we have to analyze information carefully, and we need to distinguish reliable evidence from misinformation. And as we know, with the advancement of AI, it becomes more and more difficult to recognize which one is the real content and which one is the AI content. So this situation makes today's world become even more challenging for our children to grow within. So to respond to these challenges, education is also evolving into what many scholars call Education 5.0. Basically, the goal of Education 5.0, of course, to answer the challenges from today's situation. It hopefully can empower students to not only succeed in today's challenge, but also to contribute to create a better future. There are several competencies that have become increasingly important. These include, of course, first, digital literacy and technology skills. How our students, the children, can use, understand, and create technology responsibly and ethically. And global citizenship and sustainability. Again, with the advancement of technology, we can connect with people from all over the world. So these skills will be very important for our children to develop their awareness that they are connected with the people across the world and they share responsibility for our future. And next, the critical thinking and problem solving is also important for our children to be creative, to create innovation, to solve the problem, and it can enable our children to respond effectively to new challenges. And again, because Industry 5.0 focus on human-centered technology, human skills is very important too. Communication and collaboration becomes one of the most important skills because solving complex problems require working together. And to be able to thrive, not only today, but also tomorrow, lifelong learning, adaptability, and resilience is also important to enable our children to continue learning, adjust to changes, and recover from failure or setbacks. And again, at the heart of Education 5.0, it is one important principle that technology empowers learning, but human values give learning its purpose. And to summarize, these are the skills needed by our children today and to help them navigate their tomorrow. They include creativity and critical thinking, problem solving and decision making, again, because with the advancement of the technology, the development and evolution of our world, we need our children to be able to think about solutions creatively, innovatively, but also they need to be adaptable to challenges, to different situations. They need to be resilient to face uncertainty, and also they need to ground this innovation in human values. So empathy and collaboration also an important skills for them to acquire. So these competencies allow children to not only navigate an increasingly uncertain world, but also to flourish within it. And this brings us back to the main question of today's presentation. How does play empower children flourish in today's world and beyond? So what role does traditional play have in helping children develop these essential competencies? But before we explore the research and answer the question, I would like to invite everyone here to play for a moment. Are you ready? Can you please type in the chat room? Yes, I'm ready to play. Let's see how many of you ready to play. Please type. Okay, let's go, Ibu Reta. Only one. We have 140 participants here. Only 3, 4 ready. Okay. I'm so ready. Okay, right. So it won't take long. First, what I want you to do is, I will give 5 seconds, only 5 seconds. Please pick 3 random objects around you. Okay, just take 5 seconds and pick 3 random objects. Okay, I will start the count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Has everyone here grabbed the objects? Okay. Right, next. The next challenge. How could you turn those 3 objects into play? I will give you 1 minute to think creatively, to imagine. How can, for example, I will take my car key, mouse, and mug, for example. How could I turn those 3 objects into play, into a game? I will give you 1 minute, and then please also reflect, how does this activity remind you of from your childhood play? So I will invite up to 3 participants to share. So after 1 minute of reflection and thinking creatively on coming up with new game, I will invite maximum 3 participants to share. And I will give you free 1-hour playwork session if you can share, if you are willing to share your ideas. Okay, so there will be 3 free playwork therapy session with me if you want to share your idea. Now I will give you 1 minute to think about the new game that you can create from the random objects. After 1 minute, I will invite those who want to share the idea. Okay, 1 minute start from now. Okay, all right. I've read some of you put the objects in the chat room. Ibu Nesri Baidani from Gen Pejuang. Okay. She wrote flash disk, milk box, and cell phone. The game hit the target. The target is milk box. The bullet is flash disk. Okay. Hopefully your flash disk is hard enough so it's not broken. If you throw the flash disk and the phone to count the time. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, can we invite Ibu Nesri Baidani to share the idea through microphone?
Hello, Miss.
Hello.
What should I say about the milk box?
Yeah, can you please explain your idea, how to play with the game, and how what does, again, for the reflection question, what does this activity remind you of from your childhood play experience?
Okay, the game is hit the target, and the target is milk box. It's milk box with 225 milliliters, and the bullet is flash disk. As you know, we don't really use flash disk anymore, so it's kind of vintage item right now. So the phone is used to count the time. So it's the timer. So maybe we can use it as a competitive play. One person hit the target, and then the time is counted, and then the second person hit the target, and we can see how fast or how precise the throw at the milk box. So I think it's my reflection is we can use anything. When my children was very little, maybe about 5 years old or under, they can use anything to play, and they don't think about safety. Actually, they use knife, they use um, they use pan, they use everything that they see, and they can have fun with that. I remember one of my child play with oranges, not to eat them, but to make a build, uh, but to build them as a building, as a tower. So I think it's not about the items. It's about the creativity and the imagination. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Ibu Nesri. Congratulations, you can have one free play session with me in my play therapy room. Uh, Panitia committee, please connect me with Ibu Nesri later. Okay, thank you, Ibu Nesri, for
Thank you, Miss.
yes, and for the idea. Yes, I take note on some points. First, in play, anything can be anything. Yes, it is true. Sometimes we think about something sophisticated. You know, as parents, we want to give the newest toy in the toy store. But then when we give it to our child, they just play it like 1 or 2 minutes, and then they move and they play with such very random object like plastic bags or TV remote control, and then they can play for hours with that. So in play, it's not the item, but the imagination and the creativity and the connection with the people who play with the child. So thank you so much, Ibu Nesri. Next we have Pak Dimas, Pak Dimas Aryo from Mercu Buana, who picked electric racket for mosquito, a pen, and rupiah bills. Okay. And I would like to invite Pak Dimas. Would you like to please share with us through your microphone how to play with the electric racket, a pen, a rupiah bill?
Okay, thank you, Miss or Ma'am. Do I call?
You can just call me Wuri. It's
Oh,
okay.
okay. It's basically a childhood memory, of course, and uh, the item is perhaps a usual item in home, and I choose record electric because I generally use this every night for my safety, of course, of mosquito. And uh, and a stuff near me is a pen and a dollar bill. I mean, rupiah bills. I choose those three items because it's the things near me and uh, something I used to play with. So I imagine the rocket electric is a spacecraft, and the pen is a missile, and one of paper bill is I shape into origami into plane shape and play with like a plane shape and plane things and stuff because it's a boyish like yeah. The thing is it's not the item but the idea and the fun with it.
Yes. Thank you, Pak Dimas. So play fun,
Very
right?
fun, yeah.
Yeah, and I think the theme of your game is about aeroplane, airspace, astronaut. It was your
Yeah.
childhood goal or childhood dream to be an astronaut?
Maybe pilot, yes,
Oh,
because when I still a child, I just think about what they do. I don't know about the cost and anything or what the cost to get there, but I just love to fly. I just love to doing that. And for now, I realize the way go through is not an easy simple path. So I just love to just play with it because yeah, to become a something like a pilot and ADC is hard work and yes, you must have a lot of money and privilege, of course.
Right. And now that's okay. You pursue your dream in Buana. Okay, thank you so much, Pak Dimas, for
So,
sharing. And again, please, committee, please connect me with Pak Dimas. So, same as Ibu Nesri, Pak Dimas also have the opportunity to play with me in my play therapy room for 1 hour. Thank you so much. And Ibu Diana, Ibu Rizky also share some ideas. Oh, again, It's about imagination. Ibu Diana loved to play with with her dog while drawing something on the book and hear music with the phone, while Ibu Rizky uh, again play with the book as well and imagine to be a director and imagine to be an adult to have lunch at the restaurant. Thank you very much for sharing as well. I'm afraid we don't have enough time to invite you to speak through the microphone, but thank you so much for sharing the idea. Right, so again, Pak Dimas also share the same reflection that play can be joyful. It's a joyful experience, it's a joyful activity. And with that, let's move to the definition of play. So there are a lot of definition of play, and researcher have different perspectives or different definition, but these two definition cover general understanding about what play is. So play can be defined as self-chosen, intrinsically motivated, and guided by mental rules, imaginative, conducted in an active, alert, but non-stressed frame of mind, according to Gray. Another definition that can be used is also shared by Youngman and colleagues. Play is defined as activity that is intrinsically motivated, entails active engagement, and results in joyful discovery. So these are some characteristics that play is fun, engaging, and mostly driven by internal motivation. And in my presentation today, I would like to clarify that what I mean by traditional play in this presentation is not limited to the traditional definition of traditional play. Well, traditional play, traditionally, this term refers to a game that is passed down through generation and connected to a particular ethnic groups or regions. For example, in Indonesia, we have congklak, we have engklek, where the kids jump through some boxes. And then we have also bekel or lompat tali. In other country, I believe there are lots of traditional or cultural game as well. In this presentation, I will not limit the definition of traditional play to the cultural games, but I use it to describe play in a traditional non-digital way. So this includes free, open-ended, and face-to-face play, where children take the lead and create their own rules and engage with minimum adult direction or guidance. In contrast, digital play usually involves electronic devices and often follows a more structured format with predetermined rules and limited possibilities for exploration. Okay, so the traditional play is more like play in traditional way as opposed to digital play, which require electronic devices. And research generally describe different categories of play. Again, the categories are various, but these are types of play that can be discussed today. First, physical play. That is play that required or incorporate usually gross motor activities such as dancing, running, climbing, or traditional game like engklek or lompat tali. And then we have social play, where children interact and play with others, play together, and then they discuss the rules together. Next, we have constructive play, which involves creating or building something using materials such as blocks, Lego, clay, art and craft, or previously, Ibu Ibu Nidia Ibu, yeah, Ibu Nesri, sorry, Ibu Nesri said that her child stuck up the oranges to build a tower. So that's also constructive play. And then fantastic play or pretend play, where children use their imagination, their ideas to create stories, roles, and imaginary situation. Next, we have games with rules that includes board games or other structured recreational games. Like sport game is also game with rules. So these are different types of play. Well, play, play begins since we were very, very small. It becomes very early in life and continues to develop alongside children's overall development. At around 4 weeks, infants begin responding socially by smiling at other people. So, playful activity started with something very basic, like smiling to other people. And then, by approximately 3 months, babies smile, coo, and engage in simple social interaction. Then, between 3 and 6 months, they begin enjoying simple interactive games like peekaboo or gentle tickling games. And then move to 1 year of age, children start exploring objects through sensory play. They like to touch or shake toys to hear the sound, so that's the sensory play. And by the years of 2, pretend play begins to emerge. For example, again, a TV remote control can turn into cell phone, or a blanket tied around the shoulder can be a superhero cape. And at the years of 2, children also begin to engage in onlooker play, where they watch the other children play before they joining in by themselves. And then, as children continue to develop, their social play become developed as well. Around age of 2, they engage in parallel play, so they play with other children together, but playing beside other children without directly interacting. So that's parallel play. They play parallelly. And later, they move into the associative play. They play together. They might play together using the same materials, but they pursue their own individual ideas. At the age of 4, many children begin to engage in cooperative play. Now the play become more cooperative. They work together toward shared goals, negotiate roles, and solve problem collaboratively. So as we can see, play develops progressively, becoming more complex while incorporating richer social interaction and higher level thinking. So we can see now that play influence or affects many developmental aspects of our child. And now let us look at what happens inside our brain when we play or when the child play. Many play activities, particularly those involve problem solving, creativity, and exploration, activate important brain regions, including prefrontal cortex, striatum, and amygdala. These areas associated with executive functioning, motivation, emotional regulation, and flexible thinking. And all the children, we were born with billions of neurons. But healthy brain development depends on the connectivity formed between those neurons. And play helps strengthen these neural connections. For example, when a child touch slime or Play-Doh or soil, sensory information from their tactile information is connected with motor activity. For example, if they mold the Play-Doh, make something from it. So the sensory information connected with the motor activity. And then if the child used the Play-Doh, for example, they imagine that the Play-Doh is a chocolate, and they they pretend to cook with it. Then the brain area that responsible for imagination is also involved. Symbolic thinking is also connected. Language become also activated if then they come to their mom and said, "Okay, I'm cooking a chocolate cake." So the language part of the brain also activated. So in this way, play promotes neural connectivity and cognitive flexibility. And play also strengthen executive function because children continually make decision, they develop plan, organize their ideas, solve problem, and adapt their actions while playing. And many of these learning experience are consolidated in the hippocampus, a brain structure that play an essential role in learning and memory. And again, in addition, play stimulates the release of important neurotransmitter. For example, dopamine that is associated with motivation and reward, and endorphins, which contribute to feelings of well-being. So this explains why children or us often appear happier, more relaxed, and highly engaged while playing. So a lot of stuff going on in our brain while we are playing. And a growing body of neuroscience also show lots of benefits of play and demonstrate how different types of play support brain development. For example, sensory motor play strengthen sensory and motor pathway, supporting motor development while encouraging exploration and independence too. And symbolic and pretend play activates the prefrontal cortex and language network, so it helps children develop language, planning skills, and executive functioning. Next, also, research also show that playful social interaction activate both executive functioning circuit and limbic system, which is responsible for emotional processing. As a result, play improve attention, emotional regulation, social bonding, and overall well-being. And finally, studies also found that team-based sport activate brain circuit involved in motor planning, cognition, and social interaction. And interestingly, the study suggests that team sports may provide greater benefits for executive functioning than individual sport. This might be because in the team sport, we require more communication, cooperation, and shared decision making. So the skills required is more complex than the individual sport. So these are the research on neurology of play. Next, I will share short video that illustrates what happens inside our brain when we play. All right, is the sound clear or I need to set? Wait, I need to make sure. Okay, video sharing. Okay.
It's a tricky thing to study a brain at play. One,
I need your help to check whether the sound is okay or not okay.
Okay.
All right, I will continue.
it's a tricky thing to study a brain at play. One thing, you can't use human brains. Not many parents would sign up to have their kid's brain fiddled with. But rats, they're a different story. One of the main scientists who studies play in rats is a guy named Jaak Panksepp. Some people also know him as the rat tickler. You'll find out why a little later.
Every human being knows what play is. Every child knows what play is. I can recognize it in a snap. The problem was, can you bring that into the laboratory?
Yuck wanted to know where in the brain play comes from. Is it a learned activity that's developed in the outer cortex, the most recently evolved part of the brain? Or is it a basic, ancient function of the bottom part, like eating and sleeping and sex? Yuck came up with a pretty straightforward way to answer that question. What he did was surgically remove the cortex from the brains of young rats, and then he waited to see if they still wanted to play with their full-brained friends. They did. They tussled and wrestled just like normal rats. And that's essentially what rat play is.
It's like professional wrestling. Why do people enjoy professional wrestling? It's all theater, we know that, but we still enjoy it.
The rats would even chase a human hand that had played with them, hoping for more play. And that is how the rat tickler got his name.
I had two young kids that love tickle games, so I just, made it smaller for a rat.
Since even rats missing the most highly evolved layer of their brains sought out play, the experiment showed that the play impulse must have come from a deep and primitive part of the brain, one that's most likely shared with all mammals and lots of other animals too. To be in such an ancient place in the brain, Yuck and others think play must be vital to survival. Otherwise, the playful rats would have died off a long time ago. Playing rats would presumably make easier prey for watchful predators. But they didn't die off. Instead, they thrived. Why? Scientists still disagree about that. But Yuck and a lot of others think that the reason play exists is because it develops what in humans we might call social skills.
As soon as you begin to play, you begin to learn about the social world.
Yuck's rats are learning about the give and take of interactions and finding out where the limits are. Play may be the mechanism that allows animals to learn to live in social groups and to navigate complex hierarchies and social situations.
Play is a very valuable, it's not just superfluous, it's a very valuable thing for child development. And we as a culture have to learn how to use it properly, and we have to make sure our kids get plenty of it.
Yuck Panksepp witnessed what might be the best anecdotal evidence for his theory when he watched what happened in the lab when two boy rats were put in a room with a single girl rat. The one boy rat who had had lots of play growing up was basically the rat version of George Clooney. The other guy didn't stand a chance.
Okay, so moral of the story, play more and you will look like a George Clooney. Maybe Gen Z do not know who George Clooney is. Basically, play more and you can get the more benefits from play. All right, so from the movie, from the clip, we can have some takeaways. First, that play has the survival function, and it is primitive action. Even in rat, they also play. So play is a core development, not only in human but also in mammals, and there are a lot of benefits of play. In that movie, in that clip, it highlighted the social function, the social benefits of play. And now let's take a look at other benefits of play in different developmental aspects. First, let's look at the benefit of play in cognitive development, in our cognition. One of the most important benefit is that play strengthens children's decision-making skills. During play, we might see that our child is the children are having fun, but actually they are constantly making choices. They make choices constantly because they decide first what they want to play. What do they like? What materials they want to use and how to use it? And how long they want to stay engaged in that particular activity? How they want to use different objects. For example, they might decide to use a cup to play with, and then they need to decide, what should I do with this cup? Should I put it on my head like a hat, Or should I use it as a cooking pot? Or just simply use it as a container to collect sand? And how should I scoop the sand? Should I just use scoop the sand? Should I just use the cup directly, or should I use the spoon and pour it into the cup? Or I just can invent entirely different use of the cup. So it's an instant decision making in action. And also when they play with other child or with adults, they also need to decide how long they want to play with this person, how long they want to continue play together. Should I play this alone, or should I play with my friend? How should I share the role? So it affect, or it influence the way the child decide and choose the options. And play also encourages creativity, especially those that incorporate imagination, like in the fantasy pretend play. Through imaginative and open-ended play, the child learn how to find an answer from to an open-ended questions. And traditional free play offers unlimited possibilities. Children are free to experiment, explore different ideas, and create their own solutions. Like we have discussed before, in play, anything can be anything, right? So yeah, Ibu Ainul just chat. Please drop the question in the chat box. So yeah, play increase and boost our child creativity. Next, another benefit is the development of attention and self-regulation. For example, if the child play with building blocks, and then they stack up the blocks, they need to carefully control their movement. They need to focus so the tower does not collapse. And again, when they play with other child, when they play game with the friends, they learn to wait for their turns rather than acting impulsively. So this experience strengthen inhibitory control and sustain attention. And play also promotes critical thinking, working memory, and sequencing skill. Um, let's imagine a child playing a toy car, and then they move the car, and then suddenly the car reaches a dead end. The child needs to find a solution. She or he needs to find another route. So it activates the critical thinking. Another example, for example, the picture that I put here, Chongklak game. So in this game, the child must distribute the beads or the seeds one by one in the correct order while planning several moves ahead. So inside their head, they need to keep track on their action. So working memory is activated. Sequencing also activated because they need to put the bits one by one in order. And they also develop mathematical thinking by recognizing pattern, counting, and anticipating outcomes. So from one game, there are a lot of cognitive action going on. And lastly, play also support language development, because during play, the child communicate, negotiate, explain their ideas, and tell stories throughout their play experience. So that's the benefits of the cognitive benefits of play. Next, let's look at the physical benefits of play. Of course, physical play boosts gross motor development. It contributes significantly in our children's physical development. It strengthens coordination, balance, locomotor abilities through activities such as running, climbing, jumping, dancing. And children also learn motor planning because they need to they need to plan how much force they need to put when they throw a ball, so the ball can reach the direction, the target without hurting other, and how to catch the ball safely, or how to move their body efficiently without hurting themselves or other people. So activities such as playing in the balance beam, climbing monkey bars, or playing traditional game like lompat tali, like the rope, like the picture that I put here, help children develop balance, body awareness, and coordination. And that's for the gross motor skills. Next, for the fine motor skills. Sensory play, like playing with materials like sand, clay, water, or Play-Doh, can strengthen fine motor skills while providing rich tactile experiences. And some traditional games also require highly coordinated hand movement, like Bekel, the one that I put down, like the bottommost, when we have to throw or toss the ball while picking up we need to spread the beads, and then we have to pick the beads, and then we have to catch the ball again. So it's highly complicated coordination. Through the play, through this game, this complicated brain activity is stimulated in a fun way. So again, play give a wonderful, enormous benefit to our physical development. Then multisensory play also promotes sensory integration. It helps children process and organize information from different sensory systems more efficiently, and it also help integrate the primitive reflexes as well. And outdoor play also increases or improve opportunity to connect with nature. For example, walking barefoot on the grass, feeling different natural texture, breathing fresh air, and exploring outdoor environments all contributes to healthy sensory and physical development. And also outdoor play allows children to experience appropriate levels of risk in safe environment, whether climbing trees, crossing monkey bars, or jumping over a rope. Children gradually learn to assess challenges, manage risks, and build confidence. And talking about confidence, let's to the benefits of play for social emotional development. Not only confidence, but play teaches social norms, because play serves as a miniature of version of real life. It provides children with a safe environment in which to practice important social skills. Play teaches social norms like how to work in group, how to share, how to negotiate, resolve conflict, self-advocacy, and taking turns. For example, when children build something together using blocks, they must discuss their ideas, and then they negotiate roles and decide together what they want to create. And if during the process there's conflict rising, they learn how to stand up for themselves, how to assertively share their needs, and how to listen to other children. So this help children build very important social skills, again in a very fun way. And emotionally, play also provides opportunity for children to experience a wide range of feelings. So they experience joy and excitement, yes, but they might also feel frustration when they build the tower using the blocks and then it collapsed. They build again and collapse again. So they might feel a frustration, disappointment, or anger as well. Especially again if they play together with their friends or with the siblings. So through this experience, children gradually learn how to recognize their feelings, how to express and regulate their emotion appropriately. And this is also one of the reasons why play therapy is effective to help children process their emotion, because through play, children can play out their emotion. Children naturally express their emotion that might be difficult to communicate verbally. And as I've mentioned before, play also builds self-confidence. While playing, children can become anyone they can imagine. They can be superhero, they can be a princess, they can be astronaut, they can be a pilot, they can be a doctor. So they can be anything they want to be. And they can experience mastery as they overcome challenges and celebrate small victories, small achievements, such as, again, I will take the example from the building blocks. Successfully building a tall tower higher than before, or completing a difficult task. That's small achievement that might build a sense of self-efficacy in our child, which also very important for their academic life as well, because it gives them sense of that they can do anything, build their confidence as well. And finally, play nurtures empathy. When children notices that, for example, when they play with their friends and they notice that the friends needs help or lacks of certain equipment, they learn to share, they learn to cooperate and consider another person's feeling. So taken together, a large body of research consistently demonstrate that play supports children's cognitive, physical, social, emotional, and neurological development. But interestingly, times change and play changes too. Despite many benefits of traditional free play, children today have fewer opportunity to experience it. Children today play less than children back then in the past. One of the research suggests that children today spend approximately 50% less time in free play than children did in the 1970s. There are several factors contribute to this decline. First, changes in the quality and safety of outdoor environment. I remember when I was a child, my parents allowed me to play freely in the neighborhood every afternoon with my friends. But today, I would say that many parents perceive the environment as less safe than before, and therefore limit this opportunity. And again, like the environment quality is also decreasing. Let's take an example of our air quality is also declining. So that's why outdoor and free play opportunity for the children become less and less. And there is a shift in the modern family dynamics where many families have two working parents. So the child spend more time in childcare or after school programs, or they are taken care by the grandparents who may not have the same energy for active play. And third, today's fast-paced lifestyle also leaves family with less time for unstructured play together. And finally, many parents, well, it's understandably that they might choose more academic achievement, so they prefer for more productive and academically oriented activities compared to engaging in free play. Okay, lastly, the rapid development of technology and digital entertainment has also significantly reduced opportunity for traditional play. And this brings us to the digital play. Well, digital play can take many forms. It can be some activities involve passive consumption, such as watching television or YouTube videos. Uh, Others involve interactive gaming, where children follow specific goals, rules, and challenges. And there are also creative or sandbox games that allow children to engage in greater freedom to build and explore, well, although the available options are still determined by the game itself. And if you talk about digital play, it might be solitary, where the child play alone, or cooperative, where they play with others online. So there are a lot of forms of digital play. Then the question is, does digital play provide developmental benefits? The answer is yes. Research show that digital play can improve our cognitive aspects, and it has several specific brain function that is positively affected by the online game or digital play. Uh, Digital play is shown can improve visual spatial processing, cognitive flexibility, planning skills, visual working memory, and also fluid intelligence. It also can provide enjoyment and promote social interaction, especially when the child collaborate with others. So, of course, digital play also give some benefits, but it also comes with certain costs. Um, an excessive amount of digital play can decrease physical activity, which then increase the risk of sedentary behavior and increase the risk of obesity. And excessive screen time may also interfere with healthy sleep pattern, which then can influence behavioral problems, influence mood and attention. And although I mentioned that children can interact with other online, but digital play can displace in-person social interaction, which then might reduce the opportunity for our children to develop nonverbal communication, empathy, and deeper interpersonal skills. In addition, many digital games are highly structured, so it leaves less room for open-ended imagination. But interestingly, there is one research found that duration of playing on computer game is not directly linked to imagination in 5 to 6 years old, and co-playing digital game is associated with greater imaginative flexibility than playing alone. So, what are the takeaways from this research about digital play? First, digital play can be beneficial. It's not inherently harmful, but its impact depends largely on the quality of the content and the social context and how it is used. And in other words, children benefit most from a balanced play diet that combines free traditional play with appropriate digital experience. And at this point, I would like to show another short video that summarizes the importance of play.
"15 years ago, I walked into a classroom as a first-year preschool teacher. Ambitious and eager to impress, I created this Excel document to track the things I thought mattered most for my students: letters, numbers, shapes, and colors. Looking back, though, I wish instead I had leveraged the power of brain-building interactive play. The back and forth interactions, the serve and return, the alternating comments, questions, gestures between children and adults when they play together, that's what helps build neural connections in the child's brain. And in particular, they build the brain's prefrontal cortex, the part that manages emotions, solves problems, makes plans, all things that children have to do when they play. The research community's support of play is so resounding, I would expect to see children in nearly every household, every preschool and kindergarten classroom playing for most of their waking hours. But that's far from reality. So what's going on? Our best intentions are getting in the way. Our hyper focus on our children and our students' success is backfiring. And it's exacerbated by two forces I see impacting the large majority of parents and teachers. First, the need for immediate gratification and quick results. We often revert to fact-based teaching because we see pretty immediate results that affirm our efforts. Whereas we can't see the connections in the child's brain that fire when they finally get that wobbly block tower to stay standing. The immediate result of something like our child learning a new letter, it gives us this dopamine rush. We subconsciously begin to prioritize that type of teaching. The second force I see negatively impacting play-based learning is that we, as grown-ups, parents, and teachers, just don't always like hearing that play-based learning might require some of us. Because that means it will take time, energy, and skills that we don't think we have. But not only is it worth our time, it can be done in really small doses. So take this simple example of bath time. If I'm a busy mom who has a few extra dollars to spend, I might pop my kiddo into the tub, remember that buying bath toys has been on my never-ending mental to-do list for weeks. So I whip out my phone and I use that 5 minutes to go over to Amazon and buy the top-rated bath toys. And you know what would be way better than scrolling Amazon and even better than those bath toys? 3 things that I can almost guarantee you have in your home: measuring cups, kitchen sponges, and you. Because a couple of household materials dropped into the bathtub and this mundane routine becomes fun, energizing bonding time. And bonus, instead of the toy telling your child how to play, your child's brain has to do the heavy lifting. And that's that superfood for the brain. For the past 10 years coaching parents, I have heard over and over again that parents don't feel good enough at their job at parenting. When it comes to our children's learning, though, we don't have to be the perfect Etsy parent or the perfect Pinterest teacher. We have to prioritize interactions and be okay with them being imperfect. It may seem silly to admit that we don't feel good at playing with our kids, but as adults, it's not always intuitive. Sure, most of us played a lot when we were little. We'd tie the blankets around our neck and bound around the house like superheroes. But as we grew up, that type of play wasn't encouraged anymore. A couple of months ago, my colleague and I were leading a workshop for parents and teachers. And we brought materials like shaving cream and plastic straws and buttons and pipe cleaners and just asked the parents and teachers to play, to create. Everyone froze. Then slowly but surely, people started to create. And by the end of the session, their faces were lighting up as they shared their creations with the rest of the group. It reminded me that as adults, we have to let go of our expectation that we get it right. You have the power to have an enormous impact on their brain development. You are helping build the network of neural connection that lay the foundation for all of their future learning.
Education is the ultimate idea worth spreading. That's
All right. So, that might conclude my presentation and bring us back to the main question we begin with. Is traditional free play still relevant in today's modern world? My answer is absolutely yes. As technology becomes more human-centered, traditional play becomes even more vital in raising innovative thinkers grounded in empathy and human connection. As an educator, psychologist, or parents, we might think, how can we equip our children to thrive not only today but also in tomorrow with the advancement of technology and digitalization? Research has shown that the answer can be very simple, which is give our children more opportunity to play, to engage in free play, to engage in child-led playful activities, because through play, our children develop very human qualities that technology cannot replace. So play support creativity, empathy, resilience, collaboration, and curiosity. And it will help our children to solve future challenges, but also still grow the human qualities inside them. So I will close my presentation with this quote, one of the quotes that I really like. We don't stop playing because we grow old. We grow old because we stop playing. So let us encourage our children and ourselves to play more and keep playing, everyone. Thank you very much. I will give the microphone back to Ibu Aino, the moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your insightful presentation. Before we move to Q&A session, I'd like to encourage everyone to join the conversation. We have participants from many different countries and professional backgrounds, so every question offers a unique perspective. Remember, if you're wondering about something, chances are someone else is too. Please do not hesitate to type your question in the box. Let me check the question. Okay, from Iskandar. Would like to read your question or you can open your mic. Which one do you prefer?
Thank
Okay.
you. Based on my experience in my school, I know that this is very just like irony, psychological science between psychological science and our curriculum that we need some of experience that we use traditional activity can be used of the student to increase the cognitive, but the curriculum never support like uh, the curriculum always support that the students must use special intelligence. So can a traditional scheme be combined by a support lesson? Thank you.
Right. So can I answer directly or?
Yeah, please.
Oh, okay, I know. Okay. Okay, let me clarify. Pak Iskandar, so the question is, can traditional free play be combined with the technology to support children or students' academic experience? Is that correct?
Iskandar, are you still there?
Okay.
Just a traditional game can be combined by support lesson in the class. I'm sorry, I'm in the class.
Yeah, right. Thank you for the question. I would say that the answer is yes. But of course it
Terus saya sebenarnya cuma mau nanya.
Okay. Yeah, the answer is yes, but it require creative planning from the educator. I will take my experience as a play therapist. I integrate digital play with the physical play. For example, one of my client really love to play with Minecraft. And then I try to put Minecraft to the real world or into the free play experience. So I use some characters from Minecraft. I use some characteristics, some rules, some areas in the Minecraft, and make it like a real settings. So we can integrate the digital play, we can integrate technology with the physical play, with the free play, but it requires, of course, our creativity. For example, for the Minecraft, I use that to boost, to help the child to boost their confidence in facing new situation. So I use the Minecraft's pictures and I create different settings, and I ask him to choose one of the door that will lead to different settings. And I choose different Minecraft characters, and then he can choose his own characters, and he can then create his own character based on his strengths and weaknesses as well. So again, it will hook the child's attention, but it also provides the benefits of free play or physical play. So hopefully that answered your question, Pak Iskandar. And sometimes integrating traditional games or physical games or play in our classroom can start from very simple activity. Like before the child, for example, we want to give the materials to the children to do something. Before they can get the materials, they need to step or jump into different patterns, and then they can take the material and then they go back to the chair. So it also part of physical game, right? Or we can put a sensory pathway in our classroom in which we put different texture on the wall, for example, so they can touch the wall with different texture, or we put different pattern on the floor, and then the child can follow the path, so they activate their stimulate their gross motor skills. So those are the things that can be done to integrate physical education or physical activity into our classroom activity.
Okay, that's a fantastic answer. Iskandar says he already satisfied with your answer. He cannot respond because he's in class. Okay, next question from Kanupriya. We would like to invite you to open your mic, ask your question directly. Or should I read it for you? Kanupriya? Okay. Let me. Oh, you can read it to yourself. Not at all. Okay. Can you read the?
Yeah, we are hearing many countries now trying to limit tech use among young children due to its negative impacts. I'm curious to know about what is happening in Indonesia regarding this. I would say that I think, if I'm not wrong, our government also just released a new regulation about the age limit when the child can engage in the social media. I think that's also one of the action that is taken by the government to regulate the use of technology in our children. I would say that many schools try to help the child to use technology ethically. So not only limit the use, I mean quantitatively, but how to use technology in ethical way, so they know what they can do and what they cannot do when they are using, for example, AI. Yeah, and of course, I think educators want to, I think like Iskandar said before, now with the advancement of AI, more and more students depend their cognitive task to the AI. I think schools now try to create regulation how they can use AI to help them, but not replace human task, replace human cognitive activity. But AI can help us to be more efficient in doing our task. Yeah. So yeah, in Indonesia, it's more about how to use AI ethically. Please read it for me. Oh yeah. What do you think, Ibu Ainul? You might also have a perspective on this because you're in education system, right? You're still on mute, Bu.
Oh yeah, I only can speak for my students in university, not in children. So I think the way they depend on the AI for discussion or asking question or do interactive activity in classroom somewhat kind of uh, a bit bothering, because when I forbid them to access the technology to speak up their mind, what in like for the discussion, probably they start shutting down. Yeah, it's challenging not to use AI now in the classroom. But I heard that from the news, I forgot, is it Norway or Sweden or something? I forgot, they start to ban the handphone or mobile phone in the classroom. So student cannot use, I mean, like they have to do it manually nowadays.
Yeah, I also heard some schools also have a new regulation that limit the child from using mobile phone or a tablet in the classroom. So maybe it's also another action to give our children more opportunity to use their own cognitive ability and to be more confident of their own ability to solve problem, not to depend on technology.
Yeah, I agree with you. I also asked the experience from my niece in the school, because her school like banning mobile phone. And then I asked her, what do you do during the rest time? She said that, I don't know. So have you talked to your friends? No. So what do you do? I just do something. So it's kind of good way to ban mobile phone for several hours. So to help students engage more in real life. That's my opinion.
That's true. Oh, that's very ironic that the child don't know what to do if they
Yeah.
do this small thing in their hand. Well, that also happened during my session in my play therapy room, because during the play therapy, the rules is only they can do anything they want in 45 minutes. And I will never stop them unless they hurt themselves, they hurt me, or they hurt the tools in the room. So that's the only rule. Some of the children don't know what to do, and they keep complaining that they are bored because they play with their mobile phone. But after this, several sessions, they increase their creativity, and then they can't enjoy the boredom. And boredom is good because it will increase your creativity and challenge your problem solving skills.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
Thank you, Dr. Priya, Dr. Kanu from Thailand.
Okay. Anyone who wants to open the mic? Okay. Go ahead. You can use AI for asking question. No worries. No one judge you. Okay. Nesri Baidani, please open your mic. Thank you.
When we talk about the cell phone versus physical play, another physical play, I wonder where is the real problem comes out, because I see the cell phone as a tool, of course, and as a tool, of course, the beneficial use of the tools is depends on the hands of the owner, right? So um, uh, I myself only had cell phones when I was in college, and it's very different with my children. My youngest children has already seen me holding my phone since she was born. So That's the difference. That's the maybe the age gap between us. I wonder, uh, do we really need to ban the cell phone, or do we really need to teach our children how to use cell phone? And it's also including um, to make the cell phone is child friendly. So if the cell phone can enhance our child development, our child cognitive development, and anything that they need for the ever changing world. So it's maybe there is already a research about that. I don't know. Maybe you may. This is just I wonder which one is actually better because the cell phone is a really ever changing technology. It changes every minute and every second. So we have to have the high agility to adapt to this technology development. Thank you.
Ibu, I know you're still on mute.
Okay, thank you, Nesri.
Yes.
Okay, Uri, please.
Okay. I'm trying my best to catch your question because the voice I couldn't hear the voice very clearly. So the question is it better to ban the use of cell phone or to teach our children how to use cell phone responsibly? Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. So again, from my presentation before, if we talk about cell phone, we can talk about digital play or the use of digital activity. There are, of course, some benefits, but also lots of drawbacks as well. So the key is how to balance the use of technology. And if we talk about children, we need to look at the developmental stage as well. We can see the guidelines from the WHO or the American Psychology Society, if I'm not wrong, about the healthy amount of screen time based on the age. For example, from 0 to 2 years old, ideally there's no screen time. Even though cell phone can give you benefits or digital application or digital education can give you benefits, but we also need to think about the developmental needs of our children. What are the main needs of our children in that specific stage? For example, the early early years, the child need to stimulate all of their senses and motoric development. Sensory motor development is very, very important, and it becomes a vital foundation for the development of other aspects, including the academic skills. So we need to focus more on what is the main needs of the child in that stage. As the child grow, the cognitive skills, the cognitive ability grows, the higher order thinking also grow. We can use technology to help them to improve or to increase their cognitive ability. But then again, we need to understand the limitation. The technology also provide us with those opportunity to limit our children's usage of technology as well, like a family link. We can use family link in the phone, so we can set how much screen time that our child can use, what application that they can access. So those are the measures that are taken to make sure that the child have the most benefits of the technology without experiencing lots of negative impacts. So I would say again, balanced diets is the most beneficial for the child, but we have to consider the age and the developmental stage of the child when they are using the cell phone or the technology, electronic devices.
Okay, thank you, Mauri. I'm afraid that was the last question for this seminar. As we come to the end of today's webinar, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our distinguished speaker for sharing such insightful perspective on the importance of traditional play in children development. I would like also to thank all of our participants for your active engagement and contribution. We hope today's session has deepened our understanding of how traditional play contribute to children's development. So after this, we have like certificate of appreciation to the speaker and documentation. So to close and then we have like 15 minutes break. I'm sorry for extra 2 minutes that I took for closing this session. So on behalf of organizing committee, thank you once again for joining us. We hope to see you in the next session. Have a wonderful day, I think. And then, sorry for the committee who's going. Okay, yeah, this is the presentation. Sorry, the certificates. Okay. Okay, everyone, have a wonderful day. We'll see you in like 10:40. Stay safe and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, should we start committee? Committee member? Should we
Yes,
start now?
please.
Oh, okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back, everyone. A very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to our distinguished speaker, esteemed faculty members, colleagues, students, and participants around the world. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us today. On behalf of IPRC committee, it is great pleasure to welcome all of you for international webinar. We live in a time where technological advancement, constant change, and increased uncertainty. While we often focus on developing knowledge, technical skills, it is rarely we talk about developing our inner self. Today's webinar invites us to reflect on a deeper question: what sustains human beings from within? Our topic today is about Tazkiyah as the foundation of human sustainability. Offers an interdisciplinary perspective that brings together psychology, spirituality, and personal development. Rather than viewing sustainability solely in environmental or economic terms, this session explores how the purification and development of the human soul can shape our consciousness, influence our thoughts, emotions, behaviors, and ultimately contribute to a meaningful and sustainable life. Whether you are psychologist, educator, research students, or practitioner, we hope today's discussion will encourage thoughtful reflections and inspire new perspectives that can enrich both your professional work and personal journey. Before we begin, I'd like to share a few housekeeping reminders. Please keep your microphone mute throughout the presentations. If you have questions, kindly submit them through the Q&A on the chat. We encourage respectful dialogue and welcome participants from diverse backgrounds and perspectives. For participants who need SKP credits, please remember to screenshot your attendance on Zoom. It is now my great honor to introduce our distinguished speaker, who will guide us through today's fascinating discussion. Dr. Bagus Riono, MA, psychologist, is a senior academic at the Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Gadjah Mada. He is also president of International Association of Muslim Psychologists and a head of UGM Islamic Psychology Research Group. He graduated from Hofstra University, New York, and doctorate from UGM. His expertise spans from Islamic psychology, human motivation, and organizational development. He is internationally recognized for developing the grand theory of human motivation and Tazkiyah therapy, an innovative approach inspired by cognitive behavior therapy. And he has been invited to be a speaker at national and international forums around the world. Without further ado, please join me in warmly welcoming our speaker, Dr. Bagus Riono. Please.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Alhamdulillah, we can meet in this very important seminar or webinar, because the topic here actually is very fundamental and very essential to our future. Of course, there's advancement in technology and information system and so forth, but my topic will look deeper to our existence, the sustainability of our existence as human being. So let me share the slide. Okay. All right. So the title of my presentation is the Tazkiyah as the fundamental foundation for human sustainability. So we are going to go through this topic with the following outline. First, we have to think about what is really happening, what is the reality of life, and then we will discuss about how to adjust to the dynamics of this life, the dynamics of this era, or you may say the VUCA and so forth, and then we go deeper to ourselves, how we can we can build our personality, we can develop ourselves so that we can have a strong personality that will ensure the sustainability of our existence. And then how can we develop our personality? How can we develop a strong personality? Then we little bit move backward. It is started from our consciousness, our understanding about the realities, and then we can what we call as capacity building, and then we can practice the continuous learning. That's the principle of Tazkiyah, actually, continuous learning. Okay, let's start with the first topic, the reality of life. So life actually is not only nowadays, it has been, it's from the from the start of life itself. Actually, life is always full of uncertainty. We can learn from the classic work, from classic idea, classic scholars, that there's a wisdom about life in a in a way that it's always up and down. So life is never been flat. It's always up and down, full of uncertainty, And even in in the business world, if we want to survive, if we want to be sustainable, we have to understand that the only certainty in life is change. So change is something that is always going on in our life. Time is the platform. Time is the one that proof that we are never in the same place. We always move forward. We are never on the same time in our life. We are move forward, and time is not reversible. So it's always moving. It's always changing. So if we understand that, if we realize that, so we have to adjust, how to survive in our life, or how to sustain, our existence. And well, the issue is that if if that's so, if everything is changing, so what things that we can sustain? What is sustainability then? Because everything is changing. There's nothing, being the same across time. Everything is changing. So this is the basic question. Actually, when we talk about sustainability, there's a big question, the fundamental question. Actually, what things that we can sustain, what things that we can keep the same, and actually, if we contemplate, there's nothing will be the same across time. Everything is changing. So that's why sustainability is something that kind of a paradox, in with the change. But we can learn from our history, our tradition, our culture, there's an Indonesian proverb, that said, the gajah mati meninggalkan gading, harimau mati meninggalkan belang, manusia mati meninggalkan nama. Or we can translate it into English: the elephant died, but the ivory stays. The tiger died, but the skin stays. And the man died, but his name stays. So these are the things that might give us a clue about sustainability. And we will focus on the human being, the man. So what does name mean? So maybe all of you actually know, that you still remember the names of those who already passed away a long time ago. So the name is still there. It's in the memory. It's always there. I mean, like, for example, if you hear about Isaac Newton, you remember him, even though he just live in the 17th century. You can still, or maybe the prophet Moses, the prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. It's still in your consciousness. The name is there, and the name actually represent the attributes of that person. The person themselves actually is already gone. It's not here, but the name is still here, and the names represent the attributes of that person. So that's why what we remember about human being, what stays, what is sustained, actually is the characters of human being, of the person that that pass away. And that will also happen to us. Right now we're still here, but maybe tomorrow, maybe not so long from now, maybe we will be gone, but our names might stay. So that's why we have to really treasure our name. I mean, like, we need to make our name have good attributes, good characters, that people will remember. Okay, so when we talk about name, what make our name remembered? What people remember about our name actually is what we did, what we have done in our life. Okay, so our deeds is the one that determine the memory about us, in our name. So this is very, very important. to realize. Yeah. So to have what do you call it, a good character, a good deeds, yeah, in our life, it's very important because that is the one that will be remembered about us. So we can say that good deeds is the one to be remembered, yeah, that will be remembered. But unfortunately, as well as bad deeds, it means that you can be remembered because of your good deeds or your bad deeds. So that's why if you want to be sustainable or sustainability in human life, actually have two options, two possibility. Yeah, if you remember Hitler, for example, Hitler is remembered by his bad deeds, right? Or maybe Fir'aun, yeah, and so forth. So that's why to be sustainable, to be remembered in a good way, we have to, what we can do while we are still here is to do good deeds. So good deeds is the one that should be sustained, yeah. In religious term, yeah, we can have a term, yeah. We have terms that especially very common, yeah, in Indonesia, especially in the Muslim society, that actually the one that is sustainable is amal soleh or good deeds. So this is the one that we should try to keep, and to be our legacy to the future. So good deeds is amal soleh. So the only things that is sustainable actually is amal soleh. There's nothing in this world will be the same, but amal soleh can be sustained even though when we already gone. But on the other hand, we have to be careful. If we don't do that, so maybe there's two possibilities, whether we will be forgotten or we will be remembered by our bad deeds. Yes, that's the things that we don't know. That we don't want. Okay, so that's the reality of life. And now, how can we adjust, to this dynamics of life, to these possibilities in our life, yeah? Because yes, everybody want to be remembered as a good person, but actually, I mean, what happened actually is not always. That is not always that happened to this person because there's some.
Siapa yang mau bobo? Nyawa nih. Tutup pintunya dulu boleh ya? Tutup dulu pintu kamarnya ya.
Okay, so we have to be cautious, yeah, in our life in order to be remembered as a good character. Okay, so how can we do that? How can we start doing that by adjusting to the life dynamics? Well, actually, we can go deeper to the dynamics of our soul, yeah. So this is the kind of representation of the concept of the soul, of the self, yeah, our self, our heart, yeah, that we actually have potentials. We have reasoning, we have empathy, we have sensing and conscience as our potentials. But we also have what is called as hawa. Hawa is the negative energy of ourself. and we have freedom. So we can choose. We can choose. We are given the ability to think, to contemplate, and to evaluate ourselves, to introspect. Yeah, and then we choose. So this is this what every human, every individual have as the core of their soul, in the characteristic of their soul, and also the capacity of their soul. And then in life we will facing two options, two different paths. The path of taqwa, which is the good one, yeah, the one that can be represented in good deeds, in amal soleh, yeah. And then the path of fujur. The fujur, it is the path of the bad deeds, yeah. So these two paths actually is open for us, and we are supposed to choose which path we are going to take. On the other side, actually, there's a you can say two contradicting energy also that push us, yeah, the malaikat and the Satan, the angels and the devil is always influencing us, and if we are not careful, then we can be trapped into the the whispering of the devil, and we will be trapped in the path of fujur. So that's why we have to be careful. And yet we are, all of us have this negative energy that is called hawa or hawa nafsu, yeah, that can be easily seduced by the devil. Okay. And in order to do so, in order to respond to this condition, there are also two options, yeah, to do tazkiyah, or which is to care, yeah, to put effort on learning and purification of our heart, or the opposite, to do tatsiyah, to do nothing, to ignore, yeah, to be ignorant, to to just follow the flow, follow the the hawa and so forth, is tatsiyah. So these are the options. So that's why tazkiyah is the discipline. Taqwa is the pathway. And we are supposed to choose the tazkiyah, not the tatsiyah. Yeah? Tatsiyah means we don't purify ourselves. We don't put effort to do good deeds. Okay. And this is the dynamics of our life, of our soul also. Okay. All right. So if we understand this, the dynamics of our life, the dynamics of our soul, then we can have a clear perspective. Yeah, we can be aware about the trap, yeah, in our life, so that we can choose the right path, even though the right path actually is sometimes is not easy. If you only want the easy way, then the the fujur path is is tempting, yeah, very tempting, easy way. Even in business, yeah, I already just have a discussion with the businessman and so forth. If you want to have an easy business, do a business that is not, do a dirty business. It's easy, very easy, yeah. Like gambling or prostitution and so forth. It's very easy as a business. You can become rich very, very, quickly. But if you want to take the path of taqwa, so you have to really careful. You have to do a clean business. Yeah. You have to put effort. Yeah. But that will come back to your, to yourself as the quality of your character. Okay. So that's why even though you know this map, you can say that this framework to take the path of taqwa, it's not easy. That's why you need to discipline yourself with tazkiyah. So tazkiyah is the discipline in order for you to take the path of taqwa, and that is the one that will give you the sustainability of your good deeds. All right. So in a simple definition, actually, the tazkiyah is to purify, to nourish, and to grow. To purify yourself, to nourish, and to grow. Or you can say you can grow purely, yeah, because every individual has some have some mistakes in their life. They have something that they need to clean themselves from it. Yeah, that purify is the first step. Okay, so we will discuss this earlier in our next topic, which is the personal capacity building. It means that actually when we perform our tazkiyah, the discipline of tazkiyah, actually we are developing ourselves so that we can be guided, we can have the energy, the clean energy to do good things, and we can be protected from the temptation of taking easy ways, which is doing bad things. Yeah. Okay. So tazkiyah, the first thing is to purify. Yeah. So tazkiyah is the discipline of capacity building, which is started with purifying ourselves. So what kind of things that we should purify ourselves from? These just some examples. Yeah. First, we can purify ourselves from past mistakes. Yeah. Like you apologize, you repent. Yeah. This purifying from past mistakes. And then you should also purify yourself from ignorance. Yeah. You have to develop this curiosity, yeah, to develop your the spirit of wanting to learn, wanting to know. So you have to purify yourself from ignorance, and also purify yourself from prejudice, because prejudice is also things that can make you stuck into some wrongdoing or wrong perception and so forth. And this is very, it's a very broad topics in social psychology. Prejudice is fundamental topic in social psychology, because I mean, the tendency to have prejudice is very, very strong, yeah, including racism, yeah, and so forth and so forth, yeah. And then we should purify ourselves from laziness. So this is also, people, if they don't have motivation, they become lazy. They think that by doing nothing, they will enjoy life more. They don't want to put effort. They don't want to struggle. That's laziness. So you have to purify yourself from that. And also hopelessness, yeah. never lose your hope, because once you are trapped in the hopelessness, then the world is, becoming dark for you. The future is becoming dark. So you have to purify yourself from this psychological states of hopelessness. So having fun is one technique, yeah, to protect yourself from hopelessness, from laziness. But having fun has to be in a right way, yeah, in a pure way. Okay. Now the second thing is to nourish. So nourishing is nourish. If you want to develop yourself, then you have to make yourself ready. Like when you want to plant a tree, yeah, you need to first clean up the land, and then you make the land nourish, like giving water. So make the land ready to grow the seed, yeah. And this is also happen to your heart, yeah. If you want to make yourself better, to want to develop yourself, you have to make yourself ready for this development. Okay, so these are some examples, yeah, of how to nourish ourselves. Make ourselves to be open-minded, yeah. Make ourselves open-minded. So open-mindedness give us the opportunity to learn, give us the opportunity to adjust to new things, yeah. And then also curiosity is very important. This is the opposite of ignorance, yeah. You have to develop your curiosity because it will energize you to learn more, to learn about anything, yeah. And then you should also make yourself hopeful, yeah. Always have hope. Hope is very important. It will open your heart. It will give you the energy to face uncertainty and the ability, the motivation to struggle is hopefulness, yeah. And then also forgiveness, yeah. Forgiveness is very important, because when you still have something bothering your heart from the past, you don't forgive, it will prevent you to move forward. So forgiveness also open opportunities for the future. And also gratitude, of course, yeah. Gratitude means to recognize what you have, what you are able to do, yeah. Or your capacity, you acknowledge them and make the most of it. That's a gratitude. And then after that, actually these 3 steps is 3 in 1, yeah. It's not, it doesn't stop in the middle. It has to be followed by the next steps. So the third step is to grow, yeah. After we purify ourselves, we nourish our heart, we are ready, and then we grow. We can run, yeah. We can, start working. And these are the examples on how to grow ourselves, our heart. We should always seek knowledge, yeah. Seeking knowledge is part of growing. So you will expand your perspective, your worldview, and then expanding perspective is the logical, consequence of seeking knowledge. And then reaching out, yeah, meet people, try to understand people, try to understand other people's problems and help them, yeah. That's also growing, yeah. Giving attitude, yeah. always think what you can give to other, not what you can take from other. Yeah. So giving attitude is very important in growing, because when you give something, actually you don't lose anything, because then you can feel, yeah, the the result of what you are giving. Yeah, contribution is more powerful than uh, you know expectation or taking. Giving is more powerful than taking. Yeah. And then delivering sorry meaningful, yeah, delivering meaning to others. So you have to show that you are able to give, to help others, to inspire others, yeah, to facilitate others. So give meaning, make other people open their mind, make other people make them the life more easier, help them to solve problems. So you give meaning, always give meaning to other people. So this is how we grow. So we can start from cognition, and then emotion, and also behavior. Yeah. That's always in a sense of giving and meaning, giving meaning. So these are the capacity building. If we can do this, then we will become resourceful. We will become dependable. Yeah, dependable. So people can trust us. We will gain trust from other people, and also we will become, a person that people will be missing us if we are not there, and people will be happy if we are there. So this is the discipline of Taskia that we should choose, yeah, to do it in our life. Okay, now we can go deeper in how to develop this strong personality, this capacity, personality that have this capacity. Yeah, we have to understand that it doesn't happen just like that. You have to understand the psychological dynamics of it, and it starts with your consciousness. Okay, I think, yeah, I'm gonna say it a little bit faster, but then maybe you can ask in the question and answer. So what is consciousness actually? Consciousness is in the heart, in our mind, in our soul. Yeah, that's a consciousness, something that we understand about our surrounding. So, and this is actually covered in many disciplines like psychology, or maybe philosophy, religion. Yeah. So our heart in here actually is not just the physical heart, but our heart in the spiritual way, or soul, yeah, or self, yeah, our mind. So these are all non-material part of ourself. That's the place of our consciousness. That's the where our consciousness the place when our consciousness is activate is in this concept. Yeah. Okay, so, and this is supported scientifically, like John Eccles. He studied the brain, and he said that actually there is something that control our brain. He call it as the self, is immaterial thing, but actually he also means the soul, something that you cannot see, you cannot measure, but it's the one who control our brain. And then Michael Eckner is the brain surgeon. Yeah, he's a doctor, brain surgeon, and he found that actually the brain is mediator. Is something that mediate our consciousness, our mind with our body. So the brain is the mediator. It's not the agent. It's not the source of consciousness, but the moderator. The source of consciousness is our mind or our soul, or we can say our heart. Yeah, in other terms. Okay, and also Imam Al-Ghazali, yeah, in the 11th century already mentioned about the spiritual heart, yeah, that is the consciousness, the place for the consciousness. And he said that if the heart won, so the eyes can see; if the heart won, the ear can hear, and so forth. So the heart is the core of the consciousness, the spiritual heart, of course. So consciousness is, we can define it as how you perceive reality. Okay, so how you define reality, how you perceive reality, actually is the consciousness. Because people can see the same thing, but they define it differently. Okay, people can look at the sky and they understand it differently. Okay, for example, a simple example, like some people look at the sky and they are thinking about the universe, but other people look at the sky, they only think about the light, the cloud, and so forth. So the consciousness has different levels. Yeah, if a scientist look at, for example, a classic example is like Newton. Yeah, Newton, when he witnessed an apple drop from the tree, it gives him the insight about gravity. But for common people, it's just apple dropping from the tree, something that is usual. Yeah, because the level of consciousness is only in that limit. There's a limit of this consciousness. So that's why this is very important. And your consciousness, sorry, is also the conclusion about the reality. So what you observe and then you make a conclusion. This conclusion actually comes from your consciousness, from your level of consciousness. And then also your level of consciousness, your level of understanding about the reality. Yeah, I already give the example about this. Now, if we, refer back to psychology, psychology is talking about behavior, emotion, and cognition, but they don't talk about the heart. I mean, like majority, yeah. But like Michael Eckner and John Eccles, they talk about something deeper than just cognition. So this is actually the main hypothesis, like the main concepts, yeah, about consciousness. We have to understand beyond cognition, because cognition actually is only a tool to translate our consciousness into explanation and language. Yeah, but the true understanding is not in the cognition, but it's in our heart, or in our soul, in our consciousness. Yeah. And the consciousness will define our cognition. Our cognition will define our emotion. Yeah. and our emotion will energize our behavior. So that's the meaning of that diagram. Yeah. So this is the proof. There's also study in neuroscience. It's a conclusion of 25 years of study that actually our emotion is something that we created ourselves. So emotion is not given. Emotion is the product of our cognition. Yeah. How we rationalize the situation, it will create emotion. So emotion and cognition actually is not two separate things. It's sequential. Okay. So behavioral problems caused by emotional disturbance caused by wrong cognition, and then inaccurate cognition, like for example prejudice and so forth, is because of it's influenced by the level of the consciousness. And these are the 4 levels of consciousness that actually we already mentioned it earlier as the 4 human potential. So our consciousness actually is given as the potentials of ourselves, but as a potential, we have to develop this. So this consciousness is something that can be developed by ourselves. By Taskia, yeah. If we do Taskia, we can develop our consciousness. So the first level, yeah. So each level of the consciousness have effect on our emotion, behavior, and cognition, yeah. And our freedom also, yeah, our action. I'm gonna go faster here. So the first level is the sensing. Sensing is the consciousness that is based on our observation, our hearing, our senses. Yeah. So some people very sensitive in their senses, but they are reactive to it. So that's why when your consciousness is only in the level of sensing, you react to what you see, you react to what you hear. You don't give time for contemplation, because contemplation actually is in the reasoning. Okay. So that's why if your consciousness is limited in sensing, you will value appearance, yeah, look, and so forth and so forth. Yeah. But when you develop yourself into the reasoning, yeah, reasoning is the second level, then you are concerned with something deeper, like whether something makes sense or not. Okay. For example, Einstein, there's a joke, anecdote actually about Einstein, that he, like Einstein's never comb his hair, right? So when Einstein want to join some important meeting, his friend said, "Why don't you make yourself more tidy, more neat?" And, "Well, don't worry, nobody care. But you are Einstein. Everybody, you are Einstein." And Einstein said, "Well, they know that I'm Einstein, so I don't have to, make ourselves look good and so forth. They know I'm Einstein." Okay, so that's the attitude of a person that the consciousness is not limited in the sensing. Yeah. So what is in a name, something like that. Yeah. So it's the consciousness focus on something deeper, a deeper meaning. You don't value people by the performance, the look, or the how they dress and so forth, but you value something deeper. So that's reasoning. So you're using your ability to think, yeah, and reason, yeah, you have purpose, you have you know, meaning, you understand meaning, and you have reason to act and so forth. And the next level is empathy. Yeah? Empathy is the consciousness that embrace other people, that you know, you care about other people. So you don't just think about yourself, but you think about other people. You are sensitive to other people's emotion, maybe other people's need. So that's why when you reach out, yeah, you involve in the society, in a social worker, social work, yeah, then your empathy will develop. You help those who needs help and so forth, then your empathy will develop. So empathy is connection with other people, but also it involves emotion, yeah, and so forth, yeah. But the highest, yeah, the most powerful actually consciousness is the conscience, yeah. We can go to the conscience here. What is conscience? If your consciousness is at the level of conscience, your perspective is not limited only in this world. You understand that actually, well, there is God, yeah, who who created all of this world, and there will be a hereafter. There will be, you know, a judgment day. There will be a heaven and hell, yeah. So this level of consciousness, first of all, makes you look at this world as something that is not so, you know, doesn't make you frustrated, because you know this world is temporary, yeah. And you know that the most important thing is how you can survive in the hereafter. You maybe you suffer in this world, but what you want is to survive in the hereafter. So that's why when your level of consciousness is in the conscience, yeah, conscience, then you are focusing on doing good things for the sake of life in the hereafter, not for the sake of other people, not for the sake of your own interests and so forth. Okay, so that's why this is the highest level of consciousness. And by getting to this level of consciousness, then your personality will be strong, you'll be unbreakable, you'll be, you know, calm and peaceful and so forth and so forth. So this is the highest level of consciousness, and also the highest level of personality that you can develop yourself. So this is this can be achieved if you practice the Taskia discipline, the discipline of Taskia. Yeah, always purify yourself, nourish yourself, prepare yourself to develop, and then develop yourself with knowledge and connection and helping and meaning and so forth. So that's why it's a, you know, if we go back to our topic here, these are the things that is really make your existence sustainable. Yeah? Makes your name remembered as in a good way. Make your name inspire other people in a good way. So this is the you know, the conclusion of this you know, discussion actually. And just one more thing, yeah, that that you must remember by doing Taskia is to always do continuous learning. Yeah, learning shouldn't stop in any, point. Yeah, you have to always learn, even though you are already senior, you are already old, you always learn. So this is the saying of the prophet. Yeah, we translate it to English. Yeah, seek knowledge from the cradle to the grave. Yeah, so since you are born until you died, you have to always seek knowledge, learn something. Or another verse, yeah, seek knowledge even though you have to go to China. So China is a very far country from Mecca. Yeah, it's like in the other side of the world. Yeah, of the earth. Yeah, so that's why it's become a prophet. Yeah, seek knowledge even though you have to go to China. So these are the principles that we should make ourselves used to, apply to ourselves. Yeah, discipline ourselves to these principles, and also never stop learning. So continuous learning is a very fundamental topic. I mean, fundamental discipline. Yeah, and even Al-Balkhi, as the first, you can say the first cognitive psychologist, said that knowledge is the best medicine. So knowledge can also heal our heart, heal our mental problems, because when we know and we understand and our consciousness is in the level of conscience, nothing can hurt us in this world. So this is knowledge. Knowledge is the best medicine. I think I will stop here, and I welcome some question from this topic. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome.
Thank you very much for the inspiring presentation. The speaker has taken us on a great journey from the realities of life and the uncertainties we all face to the concept of tazkiyah, consciousness, personality development, and lifelong learning. There is certainly a great deal to reflect upon. Now, we'd like to hear from you. Please do not hesitate to ask questions. In fact, a meaningful discussion begins with someone asking a question that others were also wondering about. Okay, let me check the chat. No, okay. Okay, do you have any questions? While waiting for your question, probably I can ask a small, simple question. Dr. Bagus, from a psychological perspective, how can me as a person begin practicing tazkiyah in my daily life, especially when facing stress, uncertainty, or emotional challenges?
Okay, so actually, how we start, it depends on our, position, in psychological state, in where is in our psychological state. Some people maybe struggle with this uncertainty, like they are anxious with the uncertainty and so forth. So they should start by accepting that uncertainty actually is the reality of life. It's not something that you should avoid. It is life itself. So you are living in the uncertainty. You are living in the uncertain world. So you have to accept that first, and then so how can we adjust to it? Well, when you know that what you are facing is uncertainty, So you have to keep hope in your heart. You have to believe that beyond uncertainty, there must be something good. You have to believe that beyond uncertainty, you might be able to do something good. So that's hope. Okay, so we can start with hope. And some other people maybe started with disappointment of the past, disappointment of, the life that they has gone through so far. So you can start by forgiveness. First, forgive yourself, yeah, that nobody is perfect, that making mistake is natural, is everybody make mistakes. So you can start by, repentance, or maybe you can start by, okay, now I'm not going to make mistake anymore, something like that. So, and you have to forgive yourself first. If you cannot forgive yourself, then those feeling, bad feeling about the past mistakes will you'll be haunted by those negative feeling. Yeah. Let the past be the past. Yeah. Let the bygone be the bygone, and so forth. You have to, accept it. You have to tell yourself to forgive what has been, what happened in the past. Okay. And it's a saying by Imam Al-Ghazali that something that the most far away is the past. The past is something that is the most far away from us, and the nearest thing for us is death. So, you don't have to regret from your past, because it's far away. You cannot go back to the past. But what you are facing in the future is death. That's the certain thing that will happen to you. So what are you going to do between right now and the time when you die? That's a very, very good. And actually, it is applied by Steve Jobs. Yeah, Steve Jobs is not a Muslim, but he applied this principle. He always think that, what if I die tomorrow? What should I do? So that's what makes him a legend, because he's focusing on what you can do before you die. You don't bother with your past, and so forth. So there's a lot of wisdom, yeah, in how to purify yourself, how to grow yourself, and so forth. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bagus. I would like to read a question from the chat. Dr. Bagus, may I ask about consciousness? Do we need to seek the meaning of life to achieve awareness? From Ari.
To achieve what?
Awareness.
Awareness.
Uh,
Yeah, of meaning is the pathway, yeah, for developing our consciousness. Yeah, we have to always contemplate about meaning. Yeah, and meaning also have different level. Like if you moving to the reasoning, yeah, level of consciousness, then you find meaning in a cognitive way. Yeah? If you move forward to the empathy, so you'll find meaning in the emotional or connection or social way. And then if you go forward to the conscious, the meaning will be more deeper, because the meaning will relate will be a relationship, a connection with Allah and the hereafter. So meaning is a generic term that you can, you can apply it to the different levels of consciousness. Okay.
okay. Thank you, Dr. Bagus. There is one interesting question from Mark Angelo Nilo. Probably you can open your mic to ask and elaborate your question.
Can I?
Mark Angelo Nilo.
Can I have?
Yeah. What is it, Mark Angelo Nilo? Yeah, please.
Mark or me? I'm Ida.
Oh, sorry. Mark Angelo Nilo, because this is the second question I got in the chat. What does China have to do with studying about the soul?
Okay. All right. So, like I mentioned before, at the time of the Prophet, actually, China is the advanced civilization that is far away from Arabia, yeah, from the Mecca. So there's a two meaning that we have to learn from those who already advanced in the civilization, even though it is far away, even though you have to go through, travel around the world. So that's the message, yeah. And China is an old civilization, and it's has a very significant contribution to the human civilization in the past. So that's why there are two messages actually here. You have to learn from those who already, advanced, even though you have to travel a long way. Okay.
Okay. If you like to open your mic, please raise up your hand first so I can see it on the screen. Sorry, because I have to monitor the different screen now. Okay. Who was the one who want to open the mic? Okay. Naila Agustina, please.
Okay, so Dr. Bagus, I have a question. When someone grow up experiencing uncertain and emotional struggles with their personal environment, they may begin to question their sense of identity, purpose, and belonging. And how can this journey of feeling lost and finding meanings again shift their consciousness, personal growth, and the way they develop connection with others or even themselves? Thank you.
Okay, I think this case might be categorized as, maybe you're experiencing a trauma, yeah, about life in the past and so forth. So actually, the key word here is, the key point here is forgiveness. So forgiveness include forgiving yourself, yeah. And because when you experience this kind of, emotional problem in the past, usually it will make you feel guilty, yeah. It will build up this shame and guilt in yourself, and then you are not, you don't feel comfortable even with yourself, yeah. So that's why the the key things to do is to forgive. So you should, how can I forgive all of this, and how can I forgive myself? And of course, when your experience is so bad, it's not an easy task, yeah. But it is possible, it is doable, yeah. And yeah, by contemplating deeper in your heart, yeah, if you can develop your level of consciousness, actually forgiving is possible, with enough effort, yeah, because when you reach the level of conscience, yeah, the conscience level of consciousness, then forgiving becomes easier. But if you still in the lower level, even though in the empathic level, forgiveness might still be hard because empathic level is your connection with others, and you don't have a good experience by connecting others. So to forgive is still, hard. But when you move upward to the level of conscience and you accept, yeah, the reality that actually everything happens on purpose, everything happens will give you some lessons, everything happens is by the permission of Allah, and Allah always have purpose to let anything happen to us. Then you can, it's gonna be easier to forgive what happened. Okay, actually, there's a story. I mean, a person, yeah, Professor Jeffrey Lang. He is a mathematician, and he has a very sad childhood, and he has a very big question about life and so forth. But then when he become he understand, yeah, become aware of the role of Allah in his life, then he can forgive. He can understand why these bad things happen to me, and now he understand that this is a lesson for me, so that I can seek for higher purpose in life and so forth. So it needs some process. Yeah, I cannot give you the straightforward answer, and then, but at least that's the path. Yeah, you have to develop yourself, increase your consciousness toward the conscience level.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you, Dr. Bagus.
Mhm.
Ibu Ida, you like to ask question directly, please?
Okay, thank you. So it is very interesting. So because my background is not from psychology, but from the business, Pak Bagus. So that's why I just curious, because many friends and also myself have the own business. So I think my question is related to how to build the mental character, especially for the businessman, because nowadays that the economic situation is not okay. So that's why I think my question is, how can we remain still calm, yeah, amidst the current uncertainty? Because it's not easy for my friend, also myself, to maintain our mental health. It is the first, and then the second one, how kind of the method that we can use for release ourselves. Thank you very much.
Okay. Actually, doing business is a good thing, and actually, when you do business, you will experience the true reality of life. Because if you are an employee of certain, like a public servant, you don't face uncertainty. You have salary every month, right? But if you do business, you can become, profitable, or maybe you might lose some profit and so forth. So it's uncertain. So if you understand the characteristic of business, you will become more, stronger, in facing life, But of course, doing business have more risk, than just becoming an employee to an organization or to the government institution, But that is the lessons that will make you stronger, there's some example, someone who are fired from the company, and then he start business, he become more successful than when he's still working in the company, There's a lot of examples, so the opportunity actually is very is there, It's a lot of opportunity in the business world, But of course, it's not easy, If you learn from some successful businessmen, there's some, maybe some of them is kind of manipulative, yes, but you can learn from those businessmen who maintain their ethics, in business and maybe they are not so very successful. Maybe they cannot compete with the big conglomerate or something, but they are happy. So if when you do business, you are expecting to become, very wealthy and like Elon Musk and so on. So that's an illusion actually, because actually business is a form of effort, to provide, to help, other people, to maybe some people need a job, maybe some people need service, then you can provide them. So that's just the main purpose of doing business. So that's why you have to, in order to avoid this, maybe anxiety or a disappointment or anything that you might experience while doing business, you have to redefine the purpose of doing business. And doing business is flexible, like maybe you can start with doing a restaurant business, but it doesn't work, so you can switch into other business, maybe confection or something like that. So you can choose many options, to continue your business, as long as you don't expect something that is that make you stressed out, then doing business actually is a good thing. And in Islam, actually, when you do business, you have 9 times opportunity, to have risk, risk, I mean wealth, So it's very good thing to do. You don't have to worry. You just need to be flexible, creative, and to find opportunity. And we actually experienced when in the crisis in the 1998, there's a economic crisis in Indonesia. So the one who survived is the middle-sized business, but the big business suffered most, So that's why people becoming like COVID, COVID also change the opportunities. Yeah, people becoming online shopper, entrepreneur. Yeah, they open online shop and so forth. So the business still growing. So that's why what you need to do is to redefine, to see from another perspective, yeah, about the challenges and the uncertainty of the business, because it's something that is natural. It's the reality of life, especially in business world. You always face uncertainty. Okay, so accept that reality, and then just try to find opportunities. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bagus.
Mhm.
One last question from Diana. She asked about sometimes the past still interfere the present and someone can't release it. So how can we help ourselves?
Yeah, again, there's a lot of cases of trauma, yeah, very severe trauma and so forth, and it is not easy. You don't expect that it's gonna be easy to heal that, but you have to believe that it is possible. Yeah, a lot of people has gone through those kind of things, those kind of trauma, and they can get away from it. So this belief is very important. This is what I call as a hope. Yeah, you have to have hope for the future, and uh, you know do not stuck in the past. The past is over. Yeah, so and if you feel guilty, you feel disappointed, just let yourself go from those feelings. Yeah, maybe you feel hurt, yeah, because people maybe treat you badly and so forth. You just forgive. Yeah, so that's actually the principle of Tazkiyah. Yeah, you do like a flush. Yeah, it's the bad things that happen to you, that you experience, the heartbreak, and whatever bad things that happen to you, it's like dirt. Yeah, you have to flush it away. So that's the purification part, and then you start opening your heart for the future. And actually, there's a verse in the Quran that is very strong. Yeah, Fa'aina tadhabun. So where are you going? Yeah, look at the future. Look for the future. Never look back. So this is more important. Look for the future and flush those things that makes you, that stop you to move forward. Okay. So it's not easy, but it's something possible. You just need to practice it, and you need to gain more knowledge, learn more wisdom, yeah, from those who already have more experience, and then it's gonna be little by little you will be able to get away from it, inshallah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bagus. I think we reached the end of the time for discussion. I would like to apologize for the question that I cannot read or cannot answer now. Probably you can contact Dr. Bagus directly through his social media. Okay. As we reach the conclusion of today's webinar, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our esteemed speaker for sharing valuable insight and inspiring reflection with us. Today's discussion has highlighted that sustainability goes beyond protecting our environment and maintain our systems. It also involves nurturing and developing the human beings through the concept of Tazkiyah. I would like to sincerely thank all participants who join us from various parts of the world. We hope that the ideas and the perspective shared today will serve as inspiration for our academic work, professional practice, and personal journey. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to present the certificate of appreciation to our distinguished speaker, Dr. Bagus, in recognition of your valuable contribution to today's webinar. We sincerely appreciate your willingness to share your expertise, insightful perspective, and inspiring experience with us. Your presentation has greatly enriched our understanding of the topic and has provided meaningful knowledge for all participants. Thank you for your time, dedication, and generosity in contributing to the success of this event. We
Thank you.
truly
Thank
hope
you
to
very much.
have the opportunity to collaborate with you again in the future.
Inshallah.
Please accept this certificate of appreciation as a small token of our sincere gratitude. Once
Thank
again,
you.
thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay,
for the
it's time to take
opportunity.
picture. Group picture. Okay. Thank you once again, everyone. Stay safe, and we look forward to welcoming you for the third session. Thank you. Have a good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you so much for our moderator and our speakers. Before we conclude this session, we would like to take a moment to express our sincere appreciations to our moderator, Ainul Mardia, PhD, for her excellent guidance and valuable contribution throughout this session. As a token of gratitude, we would like to present a certificate of appreciation to Ainul Mardia, PhD. Once again, thank you, Ainul Mardia, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the break session. Please take this opportunity to stretch, refresh yourself, and enjoy a short break. We will resume the program in approximately 1 hour. Please return on time. Thank you, everyone.
Jawab lah. Ini hari Selasa, Senin, Selasa.
Jakarta, as the nation's capital, has several universities, both public and private. Universitas Mercu Buana is one of the private universities that have a reputation at the national and international level. Universitas Mercu Buana was founded by Mr. Haji Prabu Sutejo in 1995. Universitas Mercu Buana located in 3 areas in Jakarta, including in West Jakarta, Central Jakarta, and South Jakarta. Universitas Mercu Buana has various facilities to support the lecture process to be able to produce graduates who are ready to compete in the national and international arena. These facilities such as library, laboratory, multimedia building, comfortable classrooms, doctoral building, international classroom, Professor Harun Zain Auditorium, 7th floor auditorium, sports facilities, creative gym, hall room, mosque, dormitory, and all the supporting facilities. Universitas Mercu Buana keep growing and making achievements. So what are you waiting for? Let's develop your interest, talent, and creativity with Universitas Mercu Buana.
You'd kisses, the sunburned hands I used to hold since you went away. The days grow long, and soon I'll hear all the winter song. But I miss you so far, my darling.
Kayaknya nggak ada deh.
And autumn leaves start to fall.
Ija. Wah, tapi kalau mau dipecah terlalu susah. Ini terlalu besar. Soalnya pertama nggak ada
The falling leaves drift by the window. The autumn leaves, all frayed and gold. I see your lips, the summer kisses, the sunburned hands I used to hold since you went away. The days grow long, and soon I'll hear all winter song. But I miss you most of all, my darling. When autumn leaves start to fall, when autumn leaves start to fall.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful break and you are ready for our final session. Before we continue, I'd like to invite all participants to quick ice breaking. Before we start, let me explain the rules first. We'll be playing a simple true or false game using the Zoom reactions. React with the check mark if you think the statement is true, or react with the cross mark if you think the statement is false. Sounds easy, right? Great. Let's begin with our first question. Our first question is it true research begins with curiosity? What is the answer? You can use direction if you accept the questions is you can use check mark, or is it false? You can use the cross mark. What is the answer, guys? Is it true or false? Okay, I see everybody's responding in here. So the third answer is it is true, guys. Exactly. Many great research ideas start with a simple question or curiosity about how or why something happens. For the next question is it true the human brain is the largest organ in the body? What is the answer? What is the answer, guys? The exact answer is false, because the largest organ in the human body is actually the skin. The brain is one of the most complex organs, but not the largest. For the next question is it true taking short breaks while studying can improve your focus? Is it true or false? Okay, the exact answer is it is true. That's right. Taking short breaks can help refresh your mind, reduce mental fatigue, and improve concentration when you return to your work. For the next question is it true that your brain stops working while you sleep? Was it the answer? The exact answer is it is false. Even while you sleep, your brain remains active, helping process memories and support important body functions. For the next question is it true there is no age limit for learning something new? Was it the answer? The exact answer is it is true. Exactly. Learning is a lifelong of journey. Whether you're a student, lecturer, researcher, or professional, there is always something new to discover. For the next question is it true that everyone dreams while they sleep, even they don't remember it? Was it the answer? For the exact answer is it is true. Exactly. Most people dream every night, but not everyone remembers their dreams. For the next question is it true that asking question is an important part of learning? Was it the answer? For the exact answer is it is true. Absolutely. Asking questions help us understand concepts more deeply, encourage critical thinking, and makes learning more engaging. So, don't hesitate to participate during today's Q&A session. Okay, it looks like we have many sharp with mind asked today. So thank you everyone for participating. We hope you're feeling refreshed and energized. Before we continue to a final webinar session, we would like to present the teaser pre-IPRC 2026. We will now continue with Session 3, NC Narrative Writing as Slow Thinking. In this session, we will explore how narrative writing encourages reflective thinking, contributes to deeper psychological understanding. To guide us through this session, it is my pleasure to introduce our second moderator, Dr. Clara Monica. Dr. Clara earned her bachelor and master degrees in psychology, as well as her doctoral degree in social psychology from Gunadarma University. She is currently an associate professor in the Department of Psychology at Universitas Pembangunan Jaya and has extensive experience in teaching, research, and academic development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Clara Monica. For Dr. Clara Monica, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Saskia. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, dear participants. I'm Dr. Clara Monica. I'm the moderator for this session. And best wishes to everyone. Welcome to our third session, and we will learn about narrative writing as a slow thinking, cultivating reflection, identity, and meaning in a distracted age. And as your moderator, I invite you to be fully present in this space. And today's session is not only about writing, it is about slowing down and reflecting deeply and also rediscovering meaning in this fast-moving era. And we are truly honored to have with us Dr. Setiawati Intan Savitri. She is an associate professor of psychology from Universitas Mercu Buana Jakarta and also former dean at Universitas Mercu Buana, and earned her doctorate degree from University of Indonesia. And beyond her academic work, she is national literacy expert, also founder of Narrative Writing Therapy, and the author of more than 50 books, and especially on mental health. And Dr. Intan has also contributed nationally as trainer, curator, and expert resource person for many programs on literacy and mental health. And with her rich experience, she will guide us exploring how narrative writing can become a practice of slow thinking. And without further ado, please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Setiawati Intan Savitri. Dr. Intan, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Clara, for introducing me. Okay, hello everyone. It is a pleasure to meet you in the narrative writing webinar. Yeah, excuse me, I will like to present my PPT. And this webinar not also giving you a speech, but we will practice together about writing narrative and differentiate narrative writing with journaling. I will share my PPT. Dr. Clara, please confirm, is it my PPT looks fine?
Yes, it is fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay, everyone. The aims of this webinar will be, first of all, we will articulate the distinction between fast and slow thinking, that we do have that both, especially in the digital environment, how that reactivate our behavior. And then secondly, we will understand the differences between note-taking, or the popular name is journaling. Probably you are all have this habit too, writing on your diary. And then difference between journaling and narrating or story making, distinct cognitive and psychological act. So we not only differentiate the technique, but also differentiate how that imply to our cognitive ability or psychological well-being. And then the third is apply narrative writing as a tool of self-reflection and emotional integration, and also identity construction. So we will be right together. So please be active, because I will share you a book. Oh, sorry, you cannot see the cover. So I have 2 books for 2 active participants. So please be active and participate more. And then the 4th is we will identify our own narrative patterns, including redemption and contamination sequence, and understand how this pattern shape our psychological well-being. And then the last one is commit to, I would like to invite you to commit to yourself that and believe that slow writing practice is one of form of ongoing self-care and meaning making. So this is the aim of our webinar this afternoon. Thank you for sticking around. I know that you are exhausted from the morning until now, have to sit down, yeah, and I really appreciate that. So before we begin, for the sake of interaction, I will ask you a short question. Yeah, I will ask you a short question. When was the last time you took just 10 minutes to think about something? Yeah, without holding your phone or being distracted by notification from social media, and without doing multitasking. When you last time? Do you remember? Do you still remember when you last time sit down with your own thinking for just 10 minutes and without holding your phone, without checking your social media notification? Anyone want to share? Anyone remember?
There are some response,
Okay.
Doctor.
Yeah. Yesterday. Okay, thank you. Is there any response?
Hello.
Yesterday, okay. Every
Hello.
morning before getting up, okay? Anyone want to speak up?
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Yes, please.
I'm Mazni from Malaysia.
Okay, yes,
Uh-huh.
Masni, please.
Yeah, I remember this morning,
Mhm.
thinking about where I put my key.
Where you put?
Where I put my keys. So
Okay.
I've been thinking hard, trying to reach out for the answer. So yeah, that requires, I think, more than 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thinking, yeah, because keys is very important. Thank you very
Okay.
much. If not, if
Okay,
I don't have the keys, I cannot get into my office. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Masni.
All right.
So you still you have spent your 10 minutes to thinking about or memorize where do I put your my keys, right? But I mean that spend 10 minutes without holding phone, without distracted by social media is 10 minutes for reflection. So I have many answer here. Some of you answer yesterday, and some of you say that every morning before getting up from bed. Yes, thank you for the response. Thank you for the answer. Some people may still do it often, especially we are somebody or people that learning about psychology and how the importance of mindfulness, right? So probably we are different from the other people out there. So, but sometimes we can conclude also that others cannot remember when the last time we sat down to think without our phones or social media notification. we continuously checking on our notification on social media, pop-up WhatsApp bell. Yeah, and that's what's happening these days. We cannot even completely ignore what's happening on social media. We cannot even spend 10 minutes alone and just engage in dialogue with our own thoughts. So why was that happen? It's because, yeah, when we expose to digital environment, we may have a lot of information, a lot of knowledge, yeah, a lot of something that comes up from external instead of our internal. But sadly, unfortunately, very little self-reflection. I'm not talking about people in this forum, right? Because we learn psychology, so we know better about how to manage our psychological well-being. So this digital environment cannot resist. Yeah. So we could say that we lose our self-reflection habit. That's one of cause of our digital environment. Okay. And I will do we'll continue to the next slide because you already answered the question. So I have a video here, 1 minute video. Yeah. I want you, all of you, to focus to the film, focus to the video, and then try to see what's happened in the video. Try to hear what you heard in the video and try to feel this video. And then after that, please make a meaning from the video. Now, after that, I will inviting you to write it down in your paper, or you can write it down in the comment. Please do it after you see this video. Okay, I will play it for you for about 2 minutes.
Tapi nggak tahu kenapa ada sisi ke-pressure-nya. Padahal dia nggak. Lu nggak ingat.
Thank you for watching. So I will give you time to write it down. You can write it down in the comment also. What was you see? What you see? What you hear? What you feel about that film? And please making meaning after that. Take your time. Okay, thank you. I will pause this music. Sorry. Sorry. So I cannot stop this music. Okay, so what would you like you to share your writing? See, I can see this writing here is very beautiful. Can I ask, I don't know, Ibu Ari Rihardani Sundari from UPI to read your writing?
Hopefully will not be noisy because my son here still hearing YouTube.
It's
I
okay.
would like to reading one of my what I saw is blooming leaves, a growing tree, like each one of us every day until the day we die. Growing and learning are essential in our life. We are living to find meaning of life. In suffer and happiness, there are meaning of life. Resilience will come after dark situation. Heartache are there for us to learn to become a better person. Inshallah.
Okay, thank you. Applause for
Thank you.
for the participation. So many of you wrote about growing leaves, and then Ibu Ari give a meaning to it. Okay, thank you for the participation. So we will continue that. You know that it is very lucky to us to have opportunity to learn psychology, because psychology will give us a knowledge about ourselves. So with the metaphor of growing leaves, Ibu Ari Rihardani showed that if we write it down, something we saw in the external of ourselves, we could grow our meaning. So, okay, I also want to share that in our digital environment, as you see in the screen, some of us trapped in a rush and unnecessary fast activities. So, you know that we have a hustle culture that glorifies productivities, fastness, and then rush every day. It is because we have the disruption in the digital environment. So handphone, cell phone, social media application, pop-up notification, it urges us to scrolling in the name of rest. Yeah, binge watching every weekend. Digital environment force us actually to stay and use system 1 more than system 2, that actually we have both. So today in this webinar, I want you to believe that narrative writing, like you already practiced before, is one of the few remaining space where slow thinking or system 2 can survive, and where a place that we could have opportunity to reassemble ourselves. So doom scrolling, like we see in the right of the screen, is normal sometimes, but we need not to normalize that, because doom scrolling or mindlessly scroll in internet or social media, it will broke down our mind. So we have seen that how the digital environment forces us to think fast and shallow. And today, we want to practice that narrative writing is one of the pace, we can use practice, calm, and deep thinking. So actually, what exactly system 1 and system 2 of thinking? So I will skip to this slide. You know that Daniel Kahneman in 2002, he was the psychologist and economist that win a Nobel Prize with Tversky. Yeah, and his theory is dual process theory, fast and slow thinking. I believe that some of you already read his book. Kahneman proposed that human cognitive operates through two distinct systems. First of all is system 1. It is operated automatically and quickly with little or no effort, no sense of voluntary control, and it's characterized with fast, intuitive, and emotional. And the system is allow us to read somebody else's face, yeah, but probably forget the name, or dodge a ball, and then probably we run because of scary dog. That's a fast, intuitive, and emotional thinking. It operates in system 1. Alternately, we have also system 2, yeah, allocates attention to thoughtful mental activities that demand eris. And that system is characterized by slow, deliberate, and logical thinking. So the system we engage with while we are solving a big problem, or writing reflectively essay, or making considered moral decisions. So actually, it's not. I don't want to face this two systems thinking because we have that both, but we have to realize that our environmental right now in the digital era push us to use system 1 more than system 2. So like, you know, that when a teenager or our student engage with social media, sometimes we got them really addicted to and attached to their handphone or their social media and get angry when we try to take the handphone or forbidden them to engage too deep with the social media. That's the fact we facing today. So the critical insight for this workshop is not that system 1 is bad and system 2 is good. Both are essential. Rather, the concern is that digital environment has been deliberately designed to keep us in system 1 because of the internet, because of the social media. Some of us cannot control that. So because of the reason of that, I would like to share that we need to practice system 2 more. Why? Because system 1 shorten our attention. Yeah, research from Dr. Gloria Mark at the University of California has documented that our span of concentration is decreased from 150 seconds in 2012, decreased to 75 seconds in 2020. So only need 10 years and the span of our attention is decreased. So the human brain exposed to constant novelty and reward cycles from social media and algorithm gradually lose its tolerance for sustained focus. So the focus is loosened. So and the second reason is fragmented thinking. When attention is perpetually interrupted, Yeah, well, while we're studying and then pop-up notification from Shopee or pop-up notification from, I don't know, go check or other notification, it is make our thinking, our brain fragmented. So the researcher call it cognitive shallowness. So our brain is operating only on the periphery. It's not deep enough to think about something. So, and the symptom 3 is unreflective consumption. So probably we experience that too. Also, me as a mother, as a grandmother, sometimes going through to the marketplace when we are tired and we try to find something will reward our brain, and then we keep scrolling and then put it the things actually we don't need into the yellow basket, right? So this is unreflective consumption that provided by digital environment. So do we have to reject the digital environment? No, of course not. We cannot undo that because our campus use digital internet, using social media. Of course, it is forbidden to reject the internet and digital environment. Yeah, but we can have opportunity to practice our brain, to force us, for the first time, force us to move from system 1, that fast, intuitive, impulsive, and emotional, shifting to system 2 with a tools. And today I will offer you one tools that hopefully will balancing the system 1 to system 2, and then we can regain our control to ourselves and our control to the willing to have a control to ourselves with narrative writing. Okay, and I would like to share this also. What we lose actually when we lose slowness. Yeah, in this world that need to be rush and fast, we sometimes do not realize that something is taken from ourselves. The first is self-coherence. Self-coherence is the felt sense of being continuous, meaningful self across time, the experience of knowing who we are, what our value is, and where you or we going to in the future. So self-coherence is very important in our growth and development as a human being. So when we lose the habit of slow thinking or deep thinking, we do not merely become less productive, or less focus. We become less ourselves because probably your boss asks you to finish your job and then give you another job, and we have to rush. So the problem is not the technology, but the problem is the loss of our practice of gaining ourselves and practice more to engage with system 2 that we have also besides system 1. Okay. Okay, we will go to the next slide. What is the tools then? what is narrative writing? What is the differences between narrative writing and journaling and writing in a diary or blogging? I try to differentiate the critical distinction between journaling and narrating. Probably in this room, you are journaling practitioner. Yeah. Every day in your daily basis, you write something in your diary. So what is the difference? So we will one and one, row to row, learn about this. First of all, the dimension of journaling is documenting. And the dimension of narrating or story making is interpreting. It is different between documenting and interpreting. So when you wrote on your diary or your journal, we are capturing what happened. Probably you will write, today I had a meeting, but the meeting went badly. I came home tired. That's documenting. Documenting the situation, documenting your feeling, and documenting your perspective about your feeling. Come home tired. Is that not useful? Very useful. And honest. You honest with yourself that the meeting went bad. And because of that, you came home tired. That's very honest and useful way to take away your negative emotion and put it into the paper. But when we narrated, our primary act is shifting from documenting to interpreting. We are no longer just asking what happened. We no longer just telling and describing the situation, but we are asking to ourselves, what does it mean to us? What does it mean to me? What does it mean that the meeting went bad? That's the fundamentally first fundamental differentiate from journaling to narrating. And then the second one is about cognitive mode. Journaling is descriptive, and then narrating or story making is analytical plus creative. So journaling tends to operate in descriptive mode. We describe our feelings, like I told you before, our day, our observation. Narrating, on the other hand, asks us to both analytical and creative at the same time. So system 2 allow us to do that, analytical, and then writing that creatively at the same time. We are analyzing our experience, looking for the patterns, and then cause and effect, and what is the significance, while also giving it shape, structure, and the meaning. And then the third row is the important too, is time orientation. Journaling is present focus. When you tell what happened, is what happened today, here and now. But narrating or narrative writing, the span is wider from past, present, and the future. So you're creating like story making, like you writing about something that fictional, you add some word creatively from your memory from the past, while you're watching that past from time present. So this is different about journaling and narrating according to time orientation. And then the fourth is self-function. Journaling or recording or note-taking is merely emotional release. So probably you know that we have a distinguished professor from Austin, Texas University called Professor James Pennebaker. His research in 20 years, the last 20 years, is about expressing the emotion with writing something. So it is more close to journaling than narrating. Yeah. And when we narrating something, actually, we span our focus not only time present, but in the point of view of us in the present, we see the past. We see the past experience with our point of view right now. And probably if you take a time and more right, you will have a meaning or hope that it will happen in the future. So if you are fan of fiction or novel, probably will have this experience also when you're reading a novel or when you're reading fiction, probably you will understand what I mean in this way. So it is in a very real sense, narrative writing gives you an opportunity to have conversation across time. With who? With yourself, with ourselves. Probably we can move our mind to time when we have argued with our mother. And what's the meaning of that argumentation in that past experience from this point of view right now? Probably you will regret it or you feel sorry for that experience. Yeah, we do have many meaning making from our past experience. And then the fourth one is about how we use thinking type. This is important because this is one what we want to discuss today. In the self-function, recording, journaling, or note-taking is a system one. Can be automatically done and probably do not have take time to journaling because it's you telling about something happened today, right? It's automatically pop up on your brain. Yeah. So for those who have heard the Kahneman's work, like I said before, this role will feel familiar. Journaling can be done in system one, the fast, automatic, or intuitive mode. Even though you can journal on autopilot, probably you have a pattern on your diary that you say like this in bahasa Indonesia. Saya bangun pagi hari ini merasakan tubuh saya sakit semua, and then you will write it again and again in the next morning. You can do it autopilotly, but system two could be done with slow, deliberate, and thoughtful mode. When you narrate your story, yeah, it asks you to stop. It asks you to think, to memorize, probably jump into the past experience. And it cannot be done on autopilot. And this is precisely what makes it so powerful, because it forces us to stop. It forces us to step back and reflect. And then after that, we write a story and put a meaning of it. Probably we will hope something will happen in the future. So I will share you the example. So I hope that this will give you clearer understanding about the differences between journaling and narrating. If journaling says, today was hard, I felt overwhelmed. Narrating says, today I realized that what overwhelms me is not the work itself, but the fear that I'm not enough for it. So the word I'm not enough for it probably is because something happened in the past experience. So the word realize is the core of system 2, because system 1 cannot realize, system 1 cannot reflect, system 1 cannot deep thinking, but system 2 can. So I hope that you feel the difference, right? Yeah, the first sentence tells us what happened. And the second sentence tells us something the writer maybe not know about themselves before they wrote it. So the discovery of the meaning when we narrate something is the core of system 2, that if we practice it again and again, it will help us to think more slowly, think more reflectively, and then gaining meaning more than system 1. So as we move into our writing exercise today, I want you to hold this table in mind because after this we will have a practice. Yeah, we are here not to journaling. We are here not to journal, but we will narrate our story. We are here to go beneath the surface, not shallow, not periphery, but find the story that's already there, already in your experience, already in your mind, but waiting to be told. Are you ready? Okay. So, Dr. Clara, I will ask the permission for you to ask the participant to practicing narrative writing. So,
Yeah.
yeah. So I will ask directly, yeah, the instruction for the participant. So please be ready. Put away your phone. Place it face down if necessary, or keep it in your bag for the next 20 minutes. So for the next 20 minutes will be practice writing a story or story making or narrative writing. And second, choose your medium. If it's possible, you could read by hand. So prepare your paper or your book. And then after that, remember that you cannot or you do not edit as you write. So go with the flow. Yeah. If you think that this is the wrong sentence, just ignore it. Go with the flow. This is not a police piece. Yeah, it is a first exploration. Let the work come without judgment. So let your words go flow. And then the fourth time, if you get stuck, your brain cannot processing something, just write, I don't know what to write about, or my brain is stuck. I feel, what do you feel when your brain is stuck? Write it down. And after that, follow it with your own words, follow your mind, and follow your memory. Everything comes up on your mind after you reflecting. Just write it down. Okay, you ready for the 20 minutes from now? We will writing together. I will write also. Maybe Dr. Clara will write also, please. So please. So
Yes, I will write also.
okay, yeah. And the medium is you can pick. If you prefer writing on your laptop, please go on writing on your laptop. Or if you prefer writing in the comment directly, it's okay also. And if you prefer write on your paper, please write on your paper. Before that, I suggest you to focus. So I will play the music for 20 minutes, and the 20 minutes probably not all of them you use for the writing, but probably 1 until 2 minutes or 5 minutes, whatever you need. You will try to focus, and then you try to memorize something that you will write in your paper. So you have 20 minutes. So this is the topic, yeah, for 20 minutes writing. The topic is a moment that stayed. Peristiwa tak terlupakan in bahasa. You may write in bahasa Indonesia also, so don't worry. Although this is an international webinar, because some of us is from Indonesia, or some of you is from Thailand, Africa, Taiwan. So pick your mother language and then write it in your mother language. I'm not a polylanguage expert. So probably if you write in China or other language, I cannot read it for you. So, but this is the writing is for us, not for somebody else, not for posts in social media. So be brave and be creative and be open to write. So once again, the topic is a moment that stayed. Yeah. This is the instruction. I will give you 20 minutes. The 20 minutes could divide on your focus. After that, you can write. This instruction is like this. Think of a moment that has stayed with you. A moment you find yourself returning to. Even if you are not sure why. It doesn't need to be dramatic or important. It just need to be real. It just need to be fact. Write about that moment. Describe what happened, what you noticed, what you felt. After that, what that's meaning for you. Or in Bahasa, we could see here in the screen. Pikirkan sebuah peristiwa yang tidak terlupakan atau Anda selalu mengingatnya. Peristiwa yang membuat Anda sering teringat meski Anda tidak yakin mengapa peristiwa itu terjadi. Gambarkan kejadiannya dalam tulisan, apa yang diperhatikan, apa yang dirasakan, lalu buatlah makna untuk Anda. Okay. Yeah, this clear instruction. So, for the next 20 minutes, we will stop and reflect and put something in our mind and then write it down. Ready? Okay. The music has stopped. So, although you still writing, because we have a short time. Sorry, I have to stop you. So, how do you feel? Just like the journaling, probably we feel release. Writing something personal about what happened in the past, probably. Or writing something personal that we lose someone. So I would like to inviting you to share your writing. Although this is a personal topic, probably one of you want to share. For Dr. Ari from UPI, there is a time we will Q&A, and that will be managed by Dr. Clara, but we will finish this practice session first, okay? Okay, anyone to share the writing? Okay, Dr. Nasni feel peaceful. Release, yes, thank you. Feeling good, okay. Okay, anyone want to share what's in your paper or your screen while you're writing? Anyone? Or is it too personal? You can read out yours, okay? Dr. Masni, so where is your writing, Dr. Masni? Or you can read aloud yourself. You may open your mic, please.
Hello.
Okay, hello again.
Hi, Assalamualaikum. Actually, I sent it to you. I sent to your inbox.
Oh, you send me to. Okay, I cannot.
That's why I asked you to. You can read out mine if you want.
No, okay. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. This is the Dr. Masni writing this. Here is what I have written. Not sure if I'm doing that correctly. Here it is. This day, my weekends are no longer about being busy. They are about finding peace. The beach has always been my happy place. I'm not a swimmer, but listening to the waves meet the shore has a way of calming my heart like nothing else. Some of my sweetest childhood memories were made by the sea with my family. Perhaps that's why a simple beach picnic with nasi lemak or fried mee on still feels like a pure happiness. The picnic mat is always waiting in the boot of my car, ready to next escape. Sometimes the greatest joy in life is not found the extraordinary place, but in returning to the place that make our hearts feel at home. Okay, thank you, Dr. Matsni, for the writing. Anyone else want to share? So Dr. Matsni already sent his writing. So we have a comment here. Do we have that? Dr. Clara? No? Only Dr. Matsni.
Yeah,
Okay.
on the bottom one. Anyone?
Okay. Okay, anyone want to share? Okay, if it is too personal, I will continue and probably I will make some comment for Dr. Masni writing. Yes, when we engage in our system 2 and then we digging deep down in our memory with our point of view right now, here and now, it is very peaceful and pleasing. We will feeling good while we remembering something positive. And while we remember something negative, like we lost someone, or we feel grief, we are not feeling good, but we feel relief. The negative emotion relief by writing, and positive emotion will enhance while you writing it again and replaying the topic again and again. So thank you, Dr. Masni, that you share about your happiness, sharing with your family in the beach and hearing waves from the shore. It's very beautiful. Thank you. Okay. I will share to you one of the writing from my other seminar. I already translated into English. That seminar, there are some of them poet and somebody that have experience in writing fiction. So probably it is about the background, professional background they have. So do not feel uncomfortable with this writing, because everybody have a style about their writing. So he wrote like this. Yeah, some of them wrote like this. I remember the morning my father left for the hospital. It was raining. My mother was crying. I was 12. I didn't know what to say. Bahasa, we may translate it with this. Aku teringat pagi saat ayah pergi ke rumah sakit. Saat itu hujan. Ibu menangis. Aku tidak tahu harus berkata apa. That's fine. This is journaling. And some of them describing something in the bus. So he is now, of course, not 12 anymore. So he is an adult and he is telling about the past experience when he was 12. So this is the type of journaling. Short, describing, and then only give a short and simple diction. So what about narrating? The other presenter, the other participant, wrote with narrating mode. He wrote like this. I remember the morning my father left for the hospital. It was raining. One of those gray, indifferent mornings that seemed designed to match grief. But we could see here the differences. So he tried to put creative words into the sentence of mourning. So he compared the sadness, the grief with the mourning. So the nuance of the mourning, he wrote with a gray color. So and then he wrote like this. My mother was crying quietly at the kitchen table, and I stood in the doorway, not knowing what to do with my hands. I was 12. What I remember most is not the fear, though there was fear, but the strange specific feeling of being old to behold and too young to behold anyone, my mother. That morning thought something to me. I have spent years trying to unlearn that the right response to someone pain is to make yourself smaller. So we could see here the differences that the narrative writing needs us to make the sentence creative, although it comes from the story that simply and short. We could add the creative word in that. So this author compares sadness with the gray color and the raining. And then we could see, I was 12. I just a kid. It's that simple question. That simple word, sorry. That simple sentence. 12 is a kid, not teenager yet, right? Because teenager is 13 to 19, right? He could simply wrote, I just a kid. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say, but he creatively created a sentence that more nuanced and deep with this sentence, like specific feeling of being too old to behold and too young to hold anyone else. And finally, eventually, he made a meaning. In the last sentence, he wrote that that morning taught me something I have spent years to trying to unlearn, that the right response to someone's pain is to make yourself smaller. So this person sadly get the meaning that to respond somebody else's pain is to go away. Probably it will make this person someone that cannot manage the sadness. But whatever it is a meaning that's personal to him. So probably if I ask them or ask him to write again today, probably he will write differently. Nobody knows. So this is the differences between journaling and narrative writing. Okay, I will go on to the next slide. So what makes narrative writing slow? This is the theory, right? First of all, if we wrote about something with the narrative form, it forces coherence. To write a narrative, you must decide what include and what to leave out. So what to exclude, what to include. You must impose a beginning, middle, and probably in the future. Yeah, that's the core of the narrative. So our mind have to move from the past event and then how we perceive it right now, that past event. It is make us our mind is slower than journaling. Journaling is here and now. So our traveling mind is make us reflect. Probably that the excess is we feel peace or we feel release because of that. And then the second one is for sequence. Narrative requires the writer to arrange events in a meaningful order. It's not merely chronological. It's not only chronological. It is causal and interpretive. This happened and then this happened, and because of that this happened is chronological. But after we put a meaning on it, it's reflection. So, and the third one is force a meaning. So when we try to describe something that already happened in our past experience, and we go through to writing again and again until we satisfied, and then eventually our brain will comes up with our meaning at that time. You don't believe it, you have to try it. Okay, so once again, before we go to the Q&A session, I want to wrap up that this is the tools that one of the tools. I'm not saying that the only tools. This is only one of the tools that give us a habit to hold on our brain, to train our brain, shifting from system 1 to system 2. So if your brain is mixed up, you confused of something, or you feel burdened that day, try to narrate it in this way. Now, journaling is the act of documenting. It's valuable, of course. We cannot deny the value of journaling, but narrating, imposing a beginning, middle, and identify a protagonist, you yourself as a protagonist. Probably you add antagonist. The antagonist probably is other you. So you have a battle in your mind between you, the protagonist, and you, the antagonist. It's fine. So the conversation with yourself, it could relieve the conflict. So narrating is inherently act of slow thinking, I believe. It requires the writer to step back from the raw event and ask, what does it mean for me? What does it mean? What does it say about me? So eventually, if you have this habit, I believe that you will construct your self-identity more and more. Okay, I think that's it, Dr. Clara. Probably I will pass my time to you to manage the Q&A. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful and insightful session. And this Q&A session. We'll now open for 3 participants only due to the limited time. And there is the first question from Ari Rihardini Sundari from UPIA Jakarta. Dr. Intan, I would like to ask about the difference between reflective and narrative writing. Thank you so much for answering. Dr. Intan, you can respond directly.
Okay, so Dr. Ari asked about the differences about self-reflection.
The difference between reflecting and narrating.
Okay, the difference between reflecting and narrating. So narrating is the form. And in that form, we have to self-reflect. So reflective writing is part of narrative writing. Yeah. Reflective writing is a part of narrative writing because narrative writing is the bigger one because we have to conclude all the writing. But if we reflective writing, probably it's very short. It's content reflection, but it's very short. But in narrative writing, you have to finish your story from the part of the first writing, in the middle, and the end. So you have to conclude and transform your writing to conclude all your meaning in the end of the writing. I hope this simple explanation satisfied you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Intan.
Yeah, I think narrative is a way to express the experience, how you retelling your story. Okay.
So it's
And-
reflective writing is, I'm sorry, Dr. Clara. May I ask more to Dr. Intan?
Yes.
Maybe if I'm not mistaken, reflective writing is about a sequence of episode of life, someone's life, and narrative writing is like from the very beginning until the end. Is it right, Dr. Intan?
Yes, yes, exactly. So the big form is narrative writing, and the self or reflective writing is part of the all part of the narrative writing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Other participants, please. We are open for two questions. Another two questions. We have special gift prepared for today's session, Q&A from Dr. Intan. And she is kindly offered 2 copies of her book, Perempuan Suamiku as giveaway. And this book will be awarded to participants from Indonesia only. I'm sorry, whose question has been selected directly by Dr. Intan. So there are 2 more chances to get this book. Please, dear participants. From Uchi. Okay, Uchi, please open your microphone. You can ask Dr. Intan directly. Wait. Uchi? Oh, I'm sorry, I cannot open mic right now. Oh, okay. The question is on the chat.
Probably she could write on the chat room.
Yeah,
Dr.
Dr. Intan, thank you for this interesting presentation. I would like to ask you if it's any prompt when you do narrative writing as journaling. I'm sorry, I cannot open the microphone right now. Dr. Intan?
Yes. Thank you for the question. Actually, the prompt is we can make it the prompt according to the topic you want to share with your participant, or probably you will try to your client. But the focus of the fundamental prompt is you ask the participant or your client to write from the beginning, in the middle, and making meaning. That's the fundamental form. And the topic is actually you can ask your client or your participant freely. You can give them space to choose the topic that really matter to him or her, or the topic that always pop up and in their mind and they cannot resolve it. Yeah. So, but the basic form is you ask them to read from the beginning, in the middle, and making meaning. I hope this answer your question.
Okay, Uchi, I hope it can answer your question. And this is the third question from Dr. Sharon from Universitas Malaysia Sabah, web UMS. Nowadays, everyone is using AI. Wait, I can scroll down the question. Using AI to write, and how to encourage people to put down their mobiles or laptop to do narrative writing by hands. Very challenging task for students.
Yeah, actually, we here in Indonesia also facing that, and we are struggling to make our student telling and writing their through the opinion. Nowadays, AI is very disturbing, and sometimes we accept. I'm sorry for my diction. Trash writing because they ask AI to write for them. So, my strategy in my class, if I ask them to write, I let them to use AI. But after that, I ask them, what the meaning of your writing? So this will confirm that the writing is not theirs. The writing is from the AI. So I will confirm them with verbally. What's the meaning of this sentence to you? Answer it with your own words. So for encouraging them to write for their opinion, sometimes I ask them to write about themselves. So if we ask them to write about themselves and then they ask AI to doing that, I don't know anymore how to encourage them, right? Because sometimes students cannot realize that giving opinion, their true opinion is necessary for growing their skill to thinking and writing. Not merely writing. Writing is the production of thinking. So this is the challenge for our nowadays in the digital environment, and AI is very disruptive for reading experience and writing experience. So when I teach class to write psychological writing, I ask them to write their daily habits. Hopefully, they're not ask AI to write about their daily habits. If they still ask AI to doing that, I don't know, doctor, how to encourage them anymore. Thank you, Dr. Clara.
Yeah, it's quite confusing,
Yes, of course.
but we can learn it. And we only take three questions, and two questions from Indonesia, Miss Ari and Uchi. For those, you only can choose two participants for the giveaway, Uchi and Ari. Is it okay, Dr. Intan?
I think we could put Dr. Masni as the
Oh, okay.
because Dr. Masni write about her happiness with her family in the beach, right?
Dr. Masni, from Malaysia or
Oh,
Indonesia?
okay. It will be costly to send it to Malaysia. I don't
Yeah.
know. It's Dr. Masni will going to present his paper in IPRC, next IPRC probably.
Excuse me, sorry. Hello
Yeah,
again.
yeah.
Assalamualaikum. No. No. I'm a colleague to Dr. Sharon just now. She's my colleague. Yeah, from UST Malaysia Sabah in Kota Kinabalu. No, I'm not going to. I I am not in staying in Indonesia. No worries about that. I'm just happy to be part of you.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. Enjoy the session so much. Actually,
Okay.
I'm writing to the organizer and to all of us here. Actually, I was thinking about my own experience when I was growing up as a children. My dad, she's a teacher. He's a bahasa teacher, and he always like when we're young, we're going somewhere like I'm from the east coast of Peninsular Malaysia in Kelantan, Kota Baru, the city named Kota Baru. So each time end of the year it's a school holiday, so my dad will bring us to melawat lah, lawatan university, zoo, negara, whatnot. Yeah, kebun haiwan, sini panggil ya, kebun haiwan. Yeah, I went there, and then he will ask us to jot something on the piece of paper, anything, notebook or notepad. Then after coming back and start writing, tulis essay. So that actually helps us a lot in, meluahkan, expressing the thoughts, what we feel about that. I think it's a good thing to do. And I'm start advising my grandchildren. Yeah, got grandchildren already. You want to see me? Sorry, yeah. Okay, maybe I'm working at the office now. Okay, can you see me? Okay, yeah. So to practice that as well, because I got one young he's a 12, 13. He's very boy, it's so hard for for him to express his ideas, thoughts. We always try to engage into conversation, because I live very far away. I'm in Borneo, and they're in Kelantan in Kota Baru. So it's like, yeah, whenever we have time, we just like, okay, abang, please okay, what do you write? What do you have today? What do you want to see today? Tok Ma would like to hear from you. Okay, so yeah, that's it. Thank you. I think it's very interesting, this topic, actually.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mandi, for the appreciation.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have to choose two from
Okay.
Indonesia,
Okay.
Ari and Uchi. And for those chosen, please write down your full name and delivery address in the comment column so our team can arrange the shipment. And congratulations to the selected participants. And thank you, Dr. Intan, for inspiring session. And we've seen how slow writing can help us reconnect with ourselves, create space for deeper meaning rather than rushing through all activities. And we are rushing now. I'm sorry.
Of course.
Yeah, and I hope this encouraged all of us to carry the practice forward in our own life. And before we end, just a quick reminder, please fill up the link for presentation again. Please don't leave the Zoom room yet. Right after this, we will have the post test and evaluation, and also a group photo, I think, which our master of ceremony will guide. And don't forget to also participate in the IPRC. With that, I once again say thank you to the participants, and I'll hand the session back to our Master of Ceremony to continue the program. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much to our moderator and speaker for this session. We'd like to take a moment to express our sincere appreciation to our moderator and speaker for Dr. Clara Monica and Dr. Setiawati Intan for her excellent guidance and valuable contribution throughout the session. And for the moderator, once again, thank you so much Dr. Clara Monica and Dr. Setiawati Intan Safitri.
Thank you all. Fighting every day.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of today's webinar, we are excited to present a special teaser for the upcoming International Psychology Research Conference 2026. We warmly invite all of you to join us this coming October 2026 for another inspiring academic experience. Whether you're a student, researcher, or academic, we look forward to welcoming you to IPRC 2026. We also look forward to receiving your best research and seeing your valuable contributions at the conference. Without further ado, please enjoy the teaser. Thank you to our speaker and moderator for this insightful discussions. And thank you to all participants for your active participation throughout today's webinar. Before we continue the next agenda, we would like to make an important announcement. We kindly ask all participants to complete the post task as it is mandatory for all registered participants. The post task link will be shared in the Zoom chat box by our committee. In addition, we kindly invite all participants to complete the evaluation form. Your feedback is valuable and help us make our future programs even better. Kindly make sure to complete both the post task and the evaluation form before leaving today's webinar. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of today's pre-IPRC webinar series. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of our speakers, moderators, committee members, and all participants for your presence and active participation throughout today's webinar. We hope that today's session have provided valuable insights and meaningful learning experiences for everyone. Once again, thank you for being part of today's webinar. We look forward to welcoming you at the International Psychology Research Conference 2026 this coming October. Until we meet again, stay healthy, keep learning, and continue make a positive impact through research and collaboration. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and see you at IPRC 2026.
Jakarta, as the nation's capital, has several universities, both public and private. Universitas Mercu Buana is one of the private universities that have a reputation at the national and international level. Universitas Mercu Buana was founded by Mr. Haji Prabu Sutejo in 1995. Universitas Mercu Buana located in 3 areas in Jakarta, including in West Jakarta, Central Jakarta, and South Jakarta. Universitas Mercu Buana has various facilities to support the lecture process to be able to produce graduates who are ready to compete in the national and international arena. These facilities such as library, laboratory, multimedia building, comfortable classrooms, doctoral building, international classroom, Professor Harun Zain Auditorium, 7th floor auditorium, sports facilities, creative gym, hall room, mosque, dormitory, and all the supporting facilities. Universitas Mercu Buana keep growing and making achievements. So what are you waiting for? Let's develop your interest, talent, and creativity with Universitas Mercu Buana.